WIIFTV PM.
WIIFTVP. Media's just for you and me. WIIFTVP. Media's just for you and me.
Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like me said. Randy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we about 60 years old. I be done had a heart
You
attack.
gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, that not that far.
Yeah. All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah.
I don't like that.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
How about National Join a Positive Black Organization Day? Because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
Let me ask you something. Do you know what you done? You done started some mess. Thought I should tell you what's on my mind. I gotta get it off my chest. Gave you all that I could give. Seems like it's never enough. Oh, didn't I give you gems? And I treated you right when things got rough. I never wanted you to hurt. But one day you'll see how it feels when somebody does to you what you done to me. 'Cause you know you done me wrong. I feel the love is gone. 'Cause you done me wrong. I don't always get it right. Thought what we had would be for life. You done me wrong. Sick and tired of back and forth. This isn't battle, it feels like war. Every time I try and do good for you, you just slam my face in the door. I never wanted you to hurt, but one day you'll see how it feels when somebody does to you what you done to me. 'Cause you You did me wrong and you know it. Did me wrong and you know it. Yeah. Tell me, why did you do me this way? Oh, why did you do me this way? You are responsible for all my stress. Yes, you are. More and more each day you seem heartless. I just needed you to know you were gonna reap what you sow. You done me wrong.
Cause I see the bigger picture of being a victim. No, things get hard, you gotta be strong. I've been right there with you. So live your whole truth and be your whole you. Yeah, they can talk behind your back, but they can't hold you. I don't keep my drama or my feelings in a bottle. Take a shot, no drama, just want you to know what I know. It don't last forever, promise it gets better. You've been through the biggest storm, but you can change the weather. Been under pressure, you know my name. Whenever the heat comes, I put out the flame. It made me a diamond. It made me a diamond. It made me a diamond. You know my name. Smoker pushing on the gas. Hey, I've been moving in a fast lane. Don't be looking in the past, cause when you're looking, you get past. Don't get it twisted, I ain't forget. You know I've been through a whole bunch of this shit. Cause I put a line on X now cause I'm lit. Can't nobody question, I'm legit. I've been on the move, 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 move. Move, make it do what it do. Ain't got nothing to prove. Redefining the cool, hey. I don't keep my drama or my feelings in a bottle. Take a shot, no drama, just want you to know what I know. It don't last forever, promise it gets better. You've been through the biggest storm, but you can change the weather. Been under pressure, you know my name. Whenever the heat comes, I put out the flame. It made me a diamond. It made me a diamond. It made me a diamond. You know my name. Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. Hey, sparkle, sparkle. Focus on your mission and get to your bag. Get to your bag, push your position you got. And they say you get it, your haters get mad. Focus on your mission and get to your bag. Get to your bag, push your position you got.
WIFT PM.
Mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, there's far too many of you dying. You know we got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Father, we don't need to escalate. War is not the answer, 'cause only love can conquer hate. You know we got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Picket lines, picket signs, don't punish me. Brutality, talk to me so you can see what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. I wanna know what's going What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Mother, everybody says that we're wrong. Who are they to judge us? Simply because my hair's gone. Oh, no.
WIFT PM.
Uh-oh, what's in it for the black people?
You are listening to the most dangerous show. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
For Ruthie Moore, for Todd Stroger, I am the host of the Maze Jackson Show, asking every single day, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them Maze said, Mayor Lightfoot, man, we ain't accepting that. We ain't accepting that. Let's go. Yeah.
Let's get down to business and go ahead and address the facts, man. Lightfoot seems more lesbian than black. Rahm Emanuel's another case. He was just as tired. 50 closed schools left much to be desired. Police had Anjanette naked on that body cam. They suppressed the footage so it couldn't touch a lot of hands. Reminds me of that 16 shots in that cover-up. Both of them similar, so I went and dug it up. George Floyd killed, a lot of riots happened in the town. Southside burned and they wouldn't let them bridges down. Grandmother sick, need a prescription and plus a couple groceries. You gon' have to travel just to get it now. COVID-19 out here shutting all the business down. Not enough SBA loans to even give around. So many failed businesses that you could put them in the pile. If you don't survive the pandemic, it's gonna sit you down. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. Shout out to Willie Wilson, hope one day you get to Senate. We need some different players in the game to handle business. Too many shady characters like Madigan and Blago. But when you really break it down, it's typical Chicago. City full of gangsters, it's what the land was built on. Same streets where hood legends DNA get spilled on. Carjackers out here lurking, trying to get they steal on. Looking for a block to put them Hellcat wheels on. Let us give bogus appraisals a red line. Car crackers out here getting minimal fair time. And up the seal carry, I stay with the pipe. But Illinois gun laws giving minimal rights. Stay up on the swivel, make sure I'm moving tight. Check all of my mirrors when I pull up to the light. Pick my homie up from out of town, man, he caught a flight. He was hella nervous, told him, shorty, this is a way of life. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks.
Wake up, Chicago! Wake up, world. This is the Maze Jackson Show, and we are live in the building. All right, y'all. Y'all make a brother feel special. Y'all make a brother feel special. It is, y'all, it's finally here. The day. It is a bittersweet day, but yet it is the day. It is my last live broadcast of the Maze Jackson Show, and y'all, it has been a wild ride. I hope that you are out. If you are out and about, you want to come on down and check us out. We are live at the TP secret location. 5401 South Wentworth, Unit 17E. You got to go all the way to the back of the lot. I know people like, how you get there? I don't know what's going on. I don't know how it's cracking. But y'all, it is the Maze Jackson Show, and it's here this day. We got a live studio audience. We are about to close this thing. This era in Black Chicago is, you know what, man? It's bittersweet. I'm looking around. I'm going to tell y'all making me feel a certain way as I'm looking at y'all. Don't be looking sad now. Don't be looking at me like, no pity, right? Because this isn't a sad thing. This is a celebration. So it is my hope that you all will come on down, join us. I think Peaches is bringing some food down here. We got the bodies in the building, and we are about to get this thing cracking. Running a little bit behind because, you just want to get everything perfect. We got people all the way from Milwaukee. Drove down here to be with us. But before I get there, let me say what's up to my man, DJ Riis the Ruler on the ones and twos. DJ Riis the Ruler, how you feeling on this last day?
Blessed by the best. You already know the rest, boss, man. It's here. It's the last day. I can't, man.
Yeah, you know, when I set this date, you know, it seemed like it was so far away. And it just sped up. And it just got by us so quick. And now it's like we hit Riis. But you know, you was doing double duty, right? I think is that barbecue or is that weed?
That's barbecue. That's barbecue.
Because you know DJ Riis the Ruler. I was like, you came in here smelling smoky, and you know how DJ Riis the Ruler do. I'm just talking smack. You know he does the double duty, so I'm glad you made it here this morning.
We
left
had
up out of
a
here.
busy one.
Y'all kept him late yesterday, so Riis was like, yeah, we got to go because we got to get over here and set up, and we got it all set up. Riis, I think we're looking pretty good, though, man. I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling a certain kind of way. All right, y'all. This is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my man, DJ Riis the Ruler, in the ones and twos. So, DJ Riis the Ruler, I was thinking we was going to take the soul plane off.
Right. We ain't taking it off?
We're not going to take it off yet. We're going to let the plane board. We're going to let the plane board because there are people. Hey, man, you know black people holding up the plane, man. I feel like we on Southwest or something. Black folks holding up the plane, but I ain't gonna trip. I think we got some special guests.
Okay.
I think I might have a co-pilot today.
Oh, okay.
We might check that out. I think my man Jay Ivey is gonna be stopping through. I know that the Chancellor of the University of Illinois will be calling in. I also think that we're gonna see Miss Sonia Escobar.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So she's not stopping in. She will be visiting us via video from Texas. We got a lot to do today, man. A lot of things to say. I was trying to do a show, man, and I ain't going to lie to you. I was trying to, every day I sit down and I get here early and I map out a show, but I had a hard time putting it down on paper today, man. I did. I had a hard time writing and all types of things. And so I think I ain't going to say we're going to fly by the seat of our pants because we got an outline. You know how you do. But we're going to talk to everybody today and have a good old time. But Riis, I guess before we even get started here, I was talking about my co-pilot. Now, I had a few co-pilots. I've had a few. Now, when the Maze Jackson show, this version of it started, right? It was 1, 2, was it 3 people with me? Was it 3 people? I remember, you know what? Let me do this. Let me just say it's Friday, and I want to bring one of the, Origins, what they be like, Marvel Origins. I want to bring one of the original members of the Maze Jackson Show. I tell you that my goal in life is not to own you, but just to be a part of your success, right? Just to hope that something that we do along the way could help you or be part of that story that you tell in your life. And I'm going to tell you, one of the people that I'm extremely proud to have had the opportunity to work for and I work with, not for, because I was the boss. Don't get it twisted. Anyway, who provided us insight, used to get me mad sometimes. I'd be like, what are you talking about? It is my good friend, Todd Stroger. And Todd Stroger is in the building. Y'all make some noise for Todd Stroger. And Todd, you can come on up. Come on up. I'm going to have you come on up and jump in. We going to do it like we kind of do it a little bit like we used to because we going to be a little bit off our square today. We got Todd in the building today. And so he is going to share with us. And we're going to do the headlines, and we're going to do it like we used to do, even though I ain't got no papers for you today. But in the building, y'all, in case y'all forgot him, in the building is my man, Todd Stroger. Todd, how you feeling today, man?
Hey, Maze. Hey, Maze, you realize I don't jump over any ropes anymore, right?
Hey, man, Todd, what I'm realizing is I don't jump over ropes either. That 52 is caught up to me. So, Todd, how you been, man? What you been up to? You came in one day, and then the next thing, you was like, we switched back from the afternoons. But what you been up to, man?
I've been doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but very little.
You making
Mostly
some money?
Just getting fat. Just enough to pay a one bill. I got to work harder.
Okay, well that's good. At least.
No, that's not. I'm sorry. I need to work smarter.
See, that's oh Lord. You been hanging out with these dang millennials. These millennials done got working smarter, not harder, confused. Cause they be like, they call working smarter not working at all. So don't do like that, Todd. Don't
I can't afford to do that. The kids still haven't graduated from college, so.
Okay, now I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, I was gonna say you gotta move those. All right, Joe, man. So Todd, it's good to see you, man. I'm glad you're in the building, man. You have since we've been here, man. It's like it's been a seismic change. We just elected a new mayor, Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson in the building.
Go, Mayor Johnson.
That's how I feel. I'm a little nervous. I was a little skeptical. But here's what I do believe. I do believe that. And now Patrick Brutus, sometimes Patrick be all back and forth. But Patrick Brutus pointed out
Patrick Brutus is not my buddy, but
he's not your buddy?
I wish him well.
Oh, Lord. Todd, you been out here getting in the beef since we've been gone?
No, Patrick is just one of those guys who likes to talk crap to me. And I'm like, Patrick, I don't actually know you.
Oh, y'all don't know each other?
Mays can talk crap to me because I know him, but you can't.
Well, Patrick pointed out yesterday that the exchange, the picture exchange of the mayors, the mayor and the mayor-elect
I saw that.
was historical. Yes. And while regardless of how we felt about either or, the historic exchange of power between two black people. And I thought that I'm going to tell you, Todd, I feel a kind of way about that because I feel like part of what we have done has ushered in this world. And I'm going to talk about just the change in the world from the time that I first met you to where we are right now.
Man, when did you first meet me?
Probably in 1999. I think you were a city alderman still.
Makes sense.
But I think about, Todd, it was Mayor Daley. We thought that Daley would be the supreme master until forever, right? You think about where we've come from, and then when Rahm Emanuel came in, we was like, oh, God. And now we got Lori Lightfoot, and now Brandon Johnson. So we got to just talk about how that all worked out and how this, I really wish we could have been together. And maybe we'll do this on a podcast because I'd like to talk to you about, because you experienced government from the Supreme machine all the way to the dismantling to Chicago going from a old school machine town to a new school progressive machine town, because I think there's still a
there's still a machine.
There's still a
but
machine,
it's a progressive one,
right? It's a progressive machine. So
I got old.
Man, I feel like I got old.
Getting up at 4 a.m., I just couldn't do it.
Todd, I'm gonna tell you, I agree. It is a tough thing to get up at 4 o'clock. It's a big sacrifice. I thank you for the time that you did, especially for the pay rate that you had.
It was fun, though.
You know what? It was fun, and it is fun, but everything has its time, right?
Right.
So, it is the Maze Jackson Show. I got my man Todd Stroger in the building today. Now, Todd, I might have to rotate you out a couple times because I got some people stopping by.
That's right. My legs work not well, but they work.
Okay, cool. All right, so this is the last broadcast. Maze and Todd back together with DJ Riis, the ruler man. Todd, I was thinking, did you see what happened in Tennessee yesterday?
Shame.
Shame. Two black members were expelled from the State House yesterday for participating in a protest. Now, there were 3 people that participated in the protest. 2 brothers and a white woman. The white lady said, I didn't use a bullhorn, though. So they literally, it hasn't happened since the Civil War that 2 members of the Tennessee legislature have been expelled. Not Riis. I'm so used to saying Riis. I got Todd back. Todd, it's weird because I do feel like we are rapidly going somewhere in this country that I probably never thought could have been the case. What do you think happened there? What's going on? Do you think we are approaching a civil war? Do you think that the country is split?
The war between the states never really ends, if you ask me. And I say the South didn't completely lose either. They've always been on top in some ways. They got to get what they wanted they could get.
Well, they got their reparations, too.
You know they got reparations for the slaves they lost.
Yes, they didn't do. Excuse me, they didn't do badly at all, and we didn't do great.
Yeah, and I think that yesterday when we saw that, and just what we're seeing in places like Texas, and then they just in Indiana. I don't know how. I'm not the Mr. Gender affirming because I guess Indiana is really the South too.
Yes, that's all I'll say.
They banned gender affirming surgery yesterday. So if you was taking the hormones or the pills or whatever else you was doing, you got to stop by the end of September, I think. So it's gonna leave people in between this whole abortion rights issue. Do you remember I used to talk to you about? Do you remember I used to talk to you always about Handmaid's Tale?
Yes,
I think we're close. I think we're close, man. I think we're close. So I'm sure Carrie is going to be saying, let's just check out some places in Canada. And Canada's going to be like,
Canada,
keep
right.
them migrants out of our country. Also, man, did you see your boy Clarence Thomas yesterday? Clarence Thomas caught up. Basically, Clarence Thomas got caught taking expensive gifts from wealthy Republican donors. They said that trip he took was $500,000. Would have been $500,000. Okay, y'all know what I'm talking about. So
I don't think all the trips I took in my life cost $500,000.
I don't think all the stuff. So I'm curious to know, how will this unfold? Right? Clarence Thomas, who is supposed to be, what do you call a judge? They're not supposed to be bribable. Well, he said, but the Republican guy said, we never even talk about it. You don't have to. If you spend $500,000 on me, you ain't got to talk about it.
No, you
just
don't.
got to give me the wink and the nod. I got you, dog.
Right.
500,000, got you. You ain't got to say a word. So we're going to be, I feel like as I'm leaving, there's so many things that I would love to be able to watch. So we'll probably talk about them more in depth on the podcast. Stay tuned. Also, if you are trying to catch up with me and keep up with me, Tennille says bit.ly, keep up with Maze. So make sure that you do that as well. Todd, DNC. I think Brandon Johnson is going to net benefit. You see he's meeting with the governor today, right?
No, I didn't see that, but I'm not shocked.
He is meeting with the governor today, and yesterday Governor Pritzker made some statements. He said he didn't endorse in the governor's race because he needed to have a strong working relationship with whoever won. But he said that...
and I'm rich.
I'm rich. Sorry. And he said that in that space, Todd, that Brandon Johnson did win by a landslide because if you consider the fact that nobody thought he was going to win, and then he won in the last night, and to be up by 2 points, I think the votes are all in, but to be up by 2 points was a landslide victory. But he also said that it signals a sea change in Midwest politics because he was also involved in that Supreme Court race in Wisconsin.
Yes.
Where a liberal Democrat won in the state where they did not expect him to win. I think JB is playing for president right now.
Oh, yeah.
He is playing for president.
We talked about that a long time ago.
We
remember?
did. But I think it's coming to fruition now. So I'm going to tell you, man, it is going, I'm excited for it to be going down, to see what's going to happen. Well, let me not say I'm excited. I'm wondering what this is going to mean, right? Like, will J.B. Pritzker expand his blue influence throughout the Midwest and turn the rest of the Midwest? Because we were the only blue state in the Midwest, and now he's playing in Wisconsin. He's playing all around the place. What you think about that?
I think Wisconsin has always been one of those states that's always been on the edge of being blue or red, depending on the day.
If you go to Madison, then it's blue in the mug. That's where you went.
Yeah.
Wisconsin
yeah,
badger.
one time they had a 19-year-old mayor, and there's 100 and like.
How long did he last?
One term.
Okay.
He was 19.
Oh, okay.
he
was like, I got all this stuff to do. He's probably messing around, having a whole good time. So I forgot though, Todd. I was talking about Wisconsin, but shout out to I see some XUs in the house. Xavier, you what's that? What XU rock the house? Y'all
XU rocks the house.
Y'all in the majority right now.
Because it's two of us.
1, 2, 3. No, 3.
Oh, you got 3. That's right.
You got 3. So XU is rocking the house. I'm starting to feel good. I see we got people falling in the Maze Jackson show. We got an action-packed show today. So I'm going to let you know we are getting it down. Let me see what else I got on my list, Todd. ComEd 4 trial. Talking or not?
Hey, I don't know anything about it.
So this comment for trial, you know why I haven't been talking about it? Well, one is I'm going back into the business. But two, I feel like it's all old school. Like, I feel like when we did the Illinois Minotti podcast, we broke down everything that you are now finding out right now.
You did break it down, and very well.
And it's like I was going back to all of those charts and all of those things and connecting the dots. And so I feel like if I was to go back and try and pull it back up, y'all be like, y'all did that show. You know, I was writing those shows up. But, man, it is interesting to see how the power dynamic changed over these last 5 years. Just think, man, 3 years ago, no one would have ever thought that Mike Madigan would have. He was impenetrable.
People think that the boss lasts forever, but now that I've been around 60 years, I see nothing lasts forever.
Nothing lasts forever. But it does seem to me that a lot of the mythology, the Madigan mythology, he never talks on the phone. He never, right, was all broken down, right? Like, I feel like he was actually the wizard. Now, he's a powerful wizard, but a wizard nonetheless, like in the Wizard of Oz. Yesterday, I was stopping by the office to pick up some microphones, Riis, and when I was stopping there, I heard, pep, pep, pep. Then I turned on the news, and Shorty shot. 16 and 17-year-old shot right on 31st Street. And you know the office is on 29th. And I was literally pulling in. What was really crazy was as they were pulling up, as they were putting the tape and stuff up, there was another shooting. They heard shots while they was there. So the cameraman was like taking their cameras and running. So that was crazy. I am curious to see what happens with the city of Chicago. And I did ask you about the potential for civil war. So look, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. We got a locked and loaded. We got people in the studio. We're not in the studio. We are broadcasting live from TP 5401 South Wentworth, Unit 17E. If you're in the mall, it's the shopping mall at 55th and the Dan Ryan. You remember it, right? Remember when if you was watching the uprisings, it's the same mall where the people broke in and took the mattress.
I missed that.
Remember, they took the mattress and they was trying to get out and they was riding with the mattress. I was like, black folks will take anything. If it's looting, they taking anything.
Right,
I
need this.
Yeah, I need this mattress. But they didn't have nothing to wrap it up with, so they was driving with the mattress, holding it
quickly. During the New Orleans hurricane, my brother-in-law's a cop, and he goes to Walmart and he says people are stealing like stereos and TVs, and he's like, man, we don't even have electricity. Put that down.
Shoot, when the electricity come back on. But I was thinking they stealing it and it's going to flood.
Yeah,
right? Like you don't try and plug it in and electrocute yourself. All right, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my man, DJ Riis, the ruler. I think we got enough people on the plane that we can get this bad boy up in the air. Let's take it off. Let's get it up, up, up and away. Riis, we got it? I can't hear it. So I got my headphones on. All right, y'all. We are up, up, up and away. We'll be back after these messages.
Hey, Chicagoland, all roads lead to Solo Beauty Supply, the largest black-owned beauty supply in Chicago. We carry a large selection of natural hair care products, plus much more. So come see us at one of our two locations, located at 9011 South Ashland or 8158 South Cottage Grove. Our inventory is growing, and with your support, Solo Beauty will continue to be a source of pride in our community.
Broken screen, crash system. Are you in need of spyware or virus removal from your computer? Well, contact RPC Computer Repair in South Shore and let us help you with all your computer repair services and print needs. Need office or print production services, copies, scans, fax, or even notary service? Then stop by and support RPC Computer Repair and Print Shop, located 1741 East 71st Street in the 71st Street corridor, newly revitalized South Shore areas, and let RPC be your one-stop shop, where we believe RPC is your PC. RPC Computer Repair is also a UPS access point where you can drop off and pick up your important packages. So let RPC be of service to you. Call RPC Computer Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. through 6 p.m. at 773-966-4644. 773-966-4457. That's 773-966-4457. Visit RPC at rpccomputeringinc.com for more information.
And now, traffic and weather.
Yo, who said devotion had to be sad? Yo, check this out. The Lord is my shepherd, and I want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restored my soul. God's gonna turn it around.
Come all the way with me. Don't leave me now. Come all the way with me. Oh, please.
Good morning. What's in it for the Black People Media family? The time is now 6:47 a.m. I'm Riis the Ruler with your Chicagoland area sports traffic and weather update. As we head over to sports, the Blackhawks get shut out by the Canucks 3-0, while the White Sox get destroyed 16-6. Let's head over to traffic now on the Kennedy. Inbound from O'Hare will be 25 minutes. Outbound will be 16. On the Edens from Deerfield to Exchange will be 31 minutes. Exchange to Deerfield will be 26. On the Eisenhower, Thorndale to the Loop, 33 minutes. 26 minutes back out to Thorndale. While the Stevenson is 34 minutes from I-355 to the Dan Ryan. Outbound will be 30. The Bishop Ford, I-80 to the Dan Ryan, 30 minutes, 25 minutes to I-80. While the Dan Ryan is 17 minutes to the Loop, 12 minutes to 95th. On DuSable Drive South, 55th to Jackson will be 7 minutes. Jackson to 55th will be 9, while the north side is 8 minutes. That's Randolph to Bryn Mawr and Bryn Mawr to Randolph. Today's weather, it is currently 36 and sunny. Today will be a high of 47 and a low of 36. I'm Riis the Ruler. This is the Mays Jackson Show.
Have mercy over our home, Lord. Have mercy.
All right, y'all. You are listening to the Mays Jackson Show. Make some noise if you are in the building. All right, it's your man Mays Jackson. I got Paul, and I got my man Todd Stroger. Todd Stroger in the building as well. Look, y'all, it is action-packed. If you are not here, this is the last broadcast. Come check us out. 5401 South Wentworth. 5401 South Wentworth. It is the last broadcast. All right, man. So I was sitting down and I was trying to put this show together. And, Todd, I was going all the way back. And I was thinking to myself, way back in the way back machine. I've been having memories and flashbacks, and I was thinking about putting together a montage, and I'm going to be honest with you, as I started clicking through all the videos, I was just like, wow. It's just so much here, so many hours. You think about it, Todd, 3 hours a day, sometimes 4. 4 3 years here with this thing that we're doing. Then you add on top of that what we did at the old station.
Right.
And it's just been a long, long journey. A blessing. I've been blessed. I've been honored. But I was just thinking about this show and all of the things and all of the people, places, the events that we've covered. And so I was thinking today as I was putting together the social media question of the day, I had a whole technical, I was going to talk about the mayor's race and the governor and all that stuff. And I was just like, you know what, man? I don't really want to go out kind of, like I want to celebrate us, right? I want to celebrate the show, the den, the outgrowths of it. And so, Riis, you got my button ready? Why don't you go ahead and hit the button, because I'm ready.
It's time for the social media question of the day.
When did you join the Maze Jackson Show, and what made you stay? Now, the phone lines are you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to say what's up to everybody from WBGX 1570 AM, and we got something else we got to do. So, look, let me back up. I threw it off a little bit, but check this out. You know about first of all, I want to say what's up to everybody from WBGX 1570 AM. That's right, 1570 AM. Who is everybody from 1570 AM who has joined the Maze Jackson Show. You can catch us every day. Well, now you can't. Dang. You know how you get so into a habit of saying stuff? All right, y'all, this is what I'm going to need y'all to do for me, right? Because it's tough to do a show and there's everybody moving around. So this is what I'm going to ask y'all. Like, I'm going to do like the TV shows. When the show come on, I need everybody to sit down, right? Not to be disrespectful, but I need y'all to, because it throws me off a little bit. So if you are tuned in on WBGX 1570 AM, I want to thank you. Check us out. Well, you can't check us out every day. Dang, I got to change up my script. Got to change up what I say. Can you tell like there's like a habit that goes with that?
Most definitely.
All right. So 1570 AM, if you like 1570 AM, you can check us on the TuneIn app. You can give us a call at 872-259-7474, 872-259-7474. Now, if you are an early rising saint, early rising sinner or one of the saints early rising saint or a sinner, you can join us every day. Dang, Nabbit, you can't. You can join us for the rest of the show on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. That's right, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Y'all get my man Ron a seat, man, because you see Ron is in the building, too. Man, I'm looking at this audience, and I'm seeing all types of people. The Den is live in the building, so we're going to talk about it all. But you know what else we do at this time, so give us a call, 872-259-7474. But you know what we got to do, man? Riis, it's the last one. You know what? This what I think. You got a special one?
No, I'm asking, do you got it?
I think you should do an end of the road one. Okay. See if you can find an end of the road, right? And see an instrumental end of the road. Because, you know, it's that time when we got to say happy birthday to people, right? And so y'all know, and I know this is the part that y'all all came for anyway, because I know y'all love my singing. Todd, you ain't up on the birthday song now. So since you've been gone, we started this new tradition. It's the birthday song.
And you sing?
Man, it might be the most popular segment in the show right now.
Oh man,
you know I could throw down. So don't get me started. I could throw down on the birthday song. But I think today we're gonna do us a new version. So I mix it up every once in a while. But what I do want to do is say happy birthday to everybody who is celebrating a birthday today. So let me do this. Let me say, hold on, I ain't ready yet, Riis. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me read the names first, because you know sometimes the crawler be going slow and I can't keep up. So today, celebrating a birthday in the building, not in the building, but celebrating birthdays today are Previn Jones, a friend of mine all the way from Dallas, Damian Pearson, Shays Nails, Fozzie Bear, Alvin Dale Jones, Rashonda Lanice, Lavelle Watson, and my frat brother Derek Prempe, Blue Phi, Justin Silver, and Michael G. Bethune. Now, this is the part I know y'all all been waiting for, right? It's time for the birthday song, but because this is the last one, I decided that we was going to say happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Now, you know it's your birthday. What? And you can be happy when you say it. It's your birthday. Now you had a cake. Yeah. And some candles too. Then you blew out the cake and you said, "Achoo." Now I need to let you know that this is the last birthday song.
Another one.
And if you didn't believe it, well, I'm going to sing this song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Another one.
Ooh, woo. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Another one.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's your birthday. Now you know you were sad on the day before. But then you said it's gonna be my birthday and you 44.
Another one.
Now you might have said it, and somebody may said it too, but you got to know it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Now I'm telling you, it's your birthday, and I'm singing it out to you. Happy birthday. I'm gonna bring it all the way to you. Happy birthday. It's your birthday.
Another one.
It's your birthday.
Another one.
It's your birthday.
Another one.
Today, it's your birthday, and we hope that you love and you sing it so loud. It's your birthday, and we gonna get down. I sing loud on your birthday, 'cause it's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday. Yes, to you.
To who?
You and you. It's your birthday. Now, Riis, you had the voice. You could have been old boy.
Would have been like, you know, today is your birthday, baby. And I'll do anything for you, and whatever you need, I'll be your king. You be my queen. And we can make the world a better scene, you know. So today on your birthday, baby, you can do anything and request for anything that you would like. Just tell them why
we
Maze.
knew it.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday.
It's not mine.
It's your birthday.
But yours.
Today.
Happy birthday,
now
everybody.
you sing it.
Yes.
Happy birthday
Tonight,
to you.
me
to
and you.
you.
Me and you
To
tonight.
you. It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
It's your day, baby.
It's your birthday.
The day that God has made, baby.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday.
Today we say happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
And you.
And we want
Everybody.
you.
Don't pull your lighters out. Don't pull your lighters out.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
Thank you.
Today. Yeah, yeah.
Happy birthday, everybody. everybody.
Happy birthday. All right, y'all. Happy birthday. That was the end of the road of the birthday song. Thank you all. We appreciate you all.
Maze, you had your creative juices flowing, bro.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, man.
And I like the Bobby Brown dancing you were doing, too.
Now, Bobby Brown, I had to get the Bobby Brown in there because, you know, Bobby Brown wasn't in no new, what? Oh, wait. Boys to Men, not New Edition. You know, I think I'm Michael Bivins and all that, but it's all good.
Oh, that's right, because you're the creative one. No, you're the smart one.
I'm the smart one, the money. I can't sing, but, you know, I can make the money thing happen.
Amen.
All right, y'all. So it is the Mace Jackson Show, and after that, you know it's that time. Now, Riis, I know you hit the button a little earlier, but let's do it again. I am ready. We got so many people in here. Maybe I'll have y'all say it out loud. And the phone line's open, but Riis, hit the button one more time. Okay. Now, you know, sometimes when we trying to put it all together, we got a live studio audience for real. You do. Hold on, let's check around. Look at that, y'all. Y'all looking good. Say hello to the peoples out there. All right, so people, now it's still space. I think they got breakfast over there. It's all types of stuff. Y'all come on down. We have 5401 South Wentworth, Unit 17E, all the way in the back. What's the matter? Okay. So y'all know y'all be pointing and stuff. I don't be knowing who I'm talking to, what's going on, all that stuff. It's, you know, it's usually we in the studio with just me and Riis. And now I'm trying to, you know, since you ain't been here, I always say, so Riis, because I would be normally talking to you. But since I don't want to be talking to myself, I always talk to Riis now. But Todd's here today. Now, y'all, we got all types of people coming in. Jay Ivy will be with us at 8 o'clock. Grammy Award winner. We're going to be talking to the Chancellor of the University of Illinois, Robert Jones, at about 7:45. Sonia Escobar will be zooming in with us as well. We got, man, is that a philosopher in the building? I think we got a philosopher in the building. Shout out to the illustrious Salim Muwakil, who is in the building. Y'all make some noise. I see my brother Tyrone Muhammad in the building. I see Tracy Bay in the building. I see my sister in the building. My beautiful and lovely white. You know what? If I start to Carrie K. Steele in the building, you know I start saying, what's up? Wait, do I see an alderman-elect in the building? All right. That's what I'm talking about. I see my brother Cornell Dantzler in the building as well. I see so many bodies in the building. Anthony, look, y'all, it's too many.
So all of a sudden this is Romper Room?
Hey, man, don't come over here getting jazzy.
Maybe that was too far back for you.
And I see. Okay. All right. So, Riis, you ready? Hit the button.
It's time for the social media question of the day.
When and where did you start listening to the Maze Jackson Show? Give us a call, 872-259-7474. And I'm curious to know what made you stick. Right? I am curious to know what made you stick. I feel like when this show was birthed, this iteration of the show was birthed, because there's two iterations of the Maze Jackson Show. It was, and let me be honest, although it did not end well, if it were not for the opportunity at WVON, I probably would not have known any of you all. So I don't want to ignore that part of my history. Right, so I do want to give Melody Span a shout out. While it didn't end well, I do think that she gave me a shot. I got to give a big shout out to Matt McGill as well, who would follow me on social media and gave me the opportunity to do the social media question of the day. So we started with the social media question of the day, where I would come on Thursdays for 1 hour at 8 o'clock on WVON. And then I had the opportunity to be a commentator. And so every Monday, I would do a 2-minute that then went to a 3-minute. They would be like, and I remember Ty Ronskowski being like, look, man, this thing's supposed to be 60 seconds, and you done expanded it to 3 minutes. And then the opportunity, well, let me even go back, because I did the Talk It Out show with Maze and Monique. Right, that was Thursday nights from 6 to 9, where we thought we had a whole, and we were actually the first people to do this live broadcast stuff, where we were trying, and I think we had 2 viewers, and we were busy trying to do TV the whole time, ignoring the entire radio audience. Then I became a fill-in, right, and a fill-in at WVON, and during the time that I was a fill-in, I happened to be on air when the Laquan McDonald tape came out. And I think that's when I understood the power of the media, because we knew that there were protests that were going to happen in regards to that. And our young people, we were developing this new, younger group of activists, and they were going to head downtown. And I think, honestly, it was myself, Mark Carter, and a couple other people who said, we need to go down there, and parents need to be involved, because we knew our young people didn't know that there was a force field around Michigan Avenue at the time. And we said that Rahm Emanuel would have our kids shot down in the street. And so if you recall, that is the day that we shut down Michigan Avenue. And there was almost I think they said that it accounted for like $1.2 billion in lost sales. There was an ABC graphic that came. From that, we then got on the Matt McGill morning show. I was Matt's co-host for about a week, but Matt wasn't feeling it. Matt was like, oh, no. Blessing and a curse. And so it went from the Matt McGill morning show to the WVON morning show featuring Maze Jackson. At that time, I reached out to, because I wasn't strong, I didn't feel like I had enough by myself to carry the show by myself. So I called up, at the time, who was a friend, Charles Thomas. And I asked Charles Thomas, would he co-host with me? Now, you got to remember, he at that time was probably the most respected black reporter on TV at the time, right? Like after Warner Saunders and all of those guys had gone, he had filled into a spot. And so he agreed to come on and do the morning show with me. We did that for some months. Actually, yeah, for some months. I think personalities and, celebrityism and a whole bunch of other things. Salim, you pointed out something the other day. I'm not going to go there. But when he retired, he had a plan that that included me, but I wasn't in part of the planning of how I was included. So that didn't work out, but you know what, I got to be honest. Again, another person that added a significant amount of credibility to what I was doing at that time. Move forward, then Todd. I called up Todd and I said, hey, Todd, would you consider doing the morning show with me? And Todd was like, well, sure. I don't care. I'll come. Todd. And I think...
I hope that wasn't accurate.
It was, trust me. But Todd and I kind of hit a groove, right? Because we were sort of like a yin and a yang, right? I feel like I had insight, but from the perspective of a non-elected official, where Todd then had the elected official component. And while we didn't always agree, I thought it created enough friction to make for good radio. I ain't going to tell y'all that even though it was my show, Todd got paid more than me. I was like,
I cannot confirm or deny.
I can, because you know me, I keep it. I was like, wait a minute, and then we had a really good run, and then COVID came, right? COVID came and changed the whole dynamic, and then
and May stopped coming to the studio.
I stopped coming to the studio. I started broadcasting from the basement because my beautiful, lovely wife was like petrified of COVID at that point. And I think all of us were, because we didn't know what was going on. No. We didn't know how it was going to work out, and people were just dying. Like, you just didn't know. And so we started broadcasting from the basement, and then I remember, and I don't got all the pieces, but I remember getting calls from people then George Floyd happened. And then it was the uprisings that came from behind George Floyd. And I remember people calling, black people calling and texting. And in the space of WVON, we were the voice of the nation, the voice of the Negro. And black people were calling saying, man, we out here getting mollywopped. as we drive through certain neighborhoods, and we were being attacked. And if you recall, we did a deep dive, and that's when we met Alderman Ray Lopez, who did his whole soliloquy about there are people walking around in the neighborhoods with machine guns and armed, preparing to protect their neighborhoods. And it essentially was the Latinos on the southwest side were hired by the mayor's office. Their grassroots outreach teams, which were former gang members, were protecting their neighborhoods, which meant that if you was black and got caught in any one of them lands, you could potentially be a victim of assault. And I remember we had that show where I can't remember her name, but she called in and she was like, "It's happening. I can't get out of my house." And it was like super emotional, and I was just upset. And we started playing all of the pieces of the city council, and I got a phone call, and it said, "Oh." Then I talked to Gary McCarthy, and I got in trouble for talking to Gary McCarthy because Gary was like, "Look, we need to put the smack down because we can't let this keep going on." And I got the first call, and it said, "I told you not to talk to Gary McCarthy." I was like, "Oh, my bad." You know me, my bad. Then the uprisings happened, and the beatings started happening, the assaults of black people, and I just couldn't not talk about it. And I remember getting a phone call from the station saying, "You can no longer say Mayor Lightfoot. You can no longer take phone calls from people that have something. If they call and they say something bad, you got to hang up, and you're going to stop talking about this situation." And I was... It was one of the... There are these pivotal moments that you have in your life, right, where you have to make a decision where you're going to stand up or you're going to fold. And then I got a 2-week suspension. And I'm not going to lie to you, I love this microphone. And the reason that so many people do the radio for such low pay is because there is something about having a platform and a voice. And when you sit in that seat, that historic seat where people like Lou Palmer, people like Salim Muwakil, people like Purvis Spann, all of the people that you heard in the world that sat in that seat and to be the morning show host, man, it satisfies your ego. It fills your ego a bit.
And it killed Maze because I was the voice.
And it was that moment where you say, and I remember talking to my advisors, and I was like, a couple of people, and they were like, I was like, I don't know if I can go back if I can't be me. And part of the reason that I loved the show was because I didn't have to just conform, and they kind of gave me the freedom to say and do as I wanted to do. And so I remember like thinking of, and it was the Band-Aid show.
Oh, yeah.
You all remember the Band-Aid show. Because every day, so they went away from allowing me to do my own show, and they gave me the topics that I would have to talk about. And I did, and I said, I'm going to do this Band-Aid show. And the Band-Aid show might have been one of the most popular shows because we talked about colored Band-Aids and I was like, I'm going to just show y'all I could do this. And I took the Band-Aid conversation, and I had people, and it was phone calls, and people was like, "You're right, I need colored Band-Aids." And then I knew that I could probably stand on my own. If I could talk about Band-Aids, then I could stand on my own. I took the 2-week suspension, and I remember calling Vince Bass. And I called Vince Bass, and I said, "Vince, man, they said I could come back, but they said I can only come back on these terms." And I talked to another person. They was like, "Man, you have built a brand where you have gotten black people awakened and aware, and you going to go talk about Band-Aids? You can't do that. You can't do that." So then I was like, damn, well, what am I going to do? Because, I just broadcast live on Facebook, and then we went to WBGX, which historically was the place that the Nation of Islam actually used to do their live broadcast from. It's on 63rd in Michigan, and that is where Elijah Muhammad, I found out later on, that platform was the platform that they used to use to give their missions. And so I went ahead and I went to a couple of people that I knew, and I said, "Look, I'm gonna need about $40,000, $50,000, and I had a couple good people that donated to me the first go round, and we were off for 2 weeks, and I remember the boss calling me back saying, she told me I could come back on a Monday. So I had all been prepared, like I was going back and forth, and she called me back and said, you know what, I decided you need to take a few more days to think about it. What? Now I done got myself together to try and be in the mindset, and so that was the point in which I decided that I was going to start the Maze Jackson Show on WBGX. And so 2 weeks later, we were live on the air, broadcasting live. And if you all know the studio, we built a whole new studio. We cut walls. We built a whole studio. Then we were in, and that was the beginning. And then we said, well, maybe we should add, I don't want to build this whole studio and then just for myself. And so at the time, people were locked in the house. So we created, we did What's in It for the Black People Media. And for a minute, we had 12 hours every day of live programming. 12 hours. And pretty much it was nonstop. We had all types of shows, all types of people. Eventually, I think in a space like that, we all thought that we were going to make millions of dollars and that people would just come out of the woodwork and give us sponsorship. It didn't happen that way. But we brought a lot of great talent, a lot of great shows through that space, and a lot of people, in my estimation, were able to use the platform to be able to do to do well during a time when we were all locked in the house. I remember Sonia calling, saying, "What you gonna do?" I said, "I'm starting my own thing." She said, "I'm with you. I'll be there first day." Todd, I think I called Todd, said, "What you gonna do?" Todd said, "I'm with you." He said, "I'm gonna take 2 weeks. I'm gonna give him a 2-week notice, and I'm gonna come with you."
I'm a boomer. and what I learned was, I said, I'll give you 2 weeks. And they said, "No, I'll leave right now."
And so he called me back and said, "I'll see you on Monday." So he said, "I'll see you on Monday." And that was the relaunch of the Maze Jackson Show. But let me back up because there's another important component. So Vince and I was on the roof with my cousin. And I was like, we got to find somebody with some energy, somebody with some spunk, maybe a younger person. And that's when we picked up Ruthie Moore. And then we all together launched the Maze Jackson Show, Maze, Ruthie, and Todd, on the small side of the studio. Because you have to see the studio. One day we'll do a tour and you'll see it. And from that point, we have gone and grown and grown and grown. People have come, they have gone, yet we have remained steady. And as I've said, I think Tennille and I, my sister in the back, we've been in business for a long time. And one of the things that you recognize is people don't stay with you permanently, right? And it used to be if somebody left us, we'd be like, we're going to get them and we're mad. And no, what we really want now is to be part of your success. And so recognizing that it is a journey. But I go through that whole thing to say, I'm curious, like, what made you tune into the Maze Jackson Show? And then what made you stay? I'm curious to know that because, I go places. I have been walking down the street. I've been walking through a tunnel downtown, and somebody be like, "Man, brother, just keep doing what you're doing." And I'll be like, "I don't know you." And I've never seen you, and you never realized how many people that you impacted. So I'm curious, Riis, anybody on the live line? Let's open up the phone lines and let's talk to whoever's on the line. See who was tuned into the Maze Jackson Show.
Everybody's here in the studio.
It can't be everybody. And there will take some calls in here too, because I think we can turn on the live mic too. But give us a call. Call you on the Maze Jackson Show. What made you tune into the Maze Jackson Show, and what made you stick?
Hey, Maze, Sean Howard. How you doing, man?
Sean Howard, what's up, dog? PR expert of the world.
Hey, man, I just called to tell you thank you. Hey, old boss, Mr. President. Hope
hey,
you're doing
Sean.
Well. But, hey, man, I just called to say thank you, thank you, thank you. You helped increase a lot of brands of guys like me, and others who are just trying to make it out here and create a name for ourselves. And every time you mention my name, whether I was listening or not, people stop me on the street and say, hey, Maze mentioned you this morning. And you've turned out to be a great friend and someone I can rely upon. And I know whatever you're doing tomorrow morning, I know it's going to have an impact. Your voice is going to be missed. I told you 3 or 4 weeks ago at another radio station we were on together, I said, you are the Lou Palmer of this modern day. And I just want you to continue with that mindset. Whatever you do, voice is needed. The reason why I started listening, because you had real talk, real relevancy. I didn't always have to agree with you, but the topic was relevant and it was deserving of a conversation. You were willing to have the difficult conversations that made people wonder and think. And you contributed much to the upward mobility of the Black community, and you and your wife. And I just want to say to the both of you, you're loved by us. Get back, go to Acapulco, wherever you're going in the morning. Come back because your voice is needed.
Thanks, Sean. I'm not coming back, but we are trying to figure out. And we ain't going to Acapulco. We saw what happened to the brothers and sisters that was over there. Oh, yeah. So we probably gonna go to Jamaica or something soon. We got to get some things taken care of. I got to get this tooth fixed, man. Who else we got? We got anybody else? Thanks,
I just wanted to say thank you anyway.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you, man. I love you, and also I'll be out there. So help a brother out. I'm gonna be looking for business. So help me out when you're out there. Thank you, sir. Sean is the #1 publicist and fixer in the Southland and South suburbs. Anybody else on the line? Carly on the Maze Jackson Show. What's up?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Maze? This is Tavares. I want to say greetings to you, Maze. Greetings to Todd, my great brother. Greetings to Mr. Ruler. I would love to have been there in person, but I'm actually on the road driving through the mountains in Tennessee.
Oh my God! Be safe, brother. Be safe.
Absolutely. Coming from this is my spring break week. Came down and did college tour. I actually had an opportunity to run into young Devin on Morehouse campus. And,
all right.
chat with
Look
him.
at the family. Look at the family.
Absolutely. So it's been great. And I want to also give a greeting to a lot of people that I see that's in the audience. Tyrone Muhammad, congratulations to Kobe Chapman, Mr. Dance, that run the Action campaign. But to answer your question, I've been listening for about 3 years, of course, being a member of the Dean and BP1. Shout out to BP1. But it's the analysis, man. You've been able to speak about politics and life as an African American in the city of Chicago that really no other form of media that a person could tune into and get an understanding of what was going on in real life. That's something that you've been excellent at. And I think without the show, it's something that's going to be missed. I don't know if anybody else can step into that space. But, great show for many years. I think it's been many followers, different opinions and different ideas. But it's definitely been a space where even my daughter and, my family listen to. I think you'll figure out in the coming time the impact that the show has been able to make. But I just wanted to, give you your flowers, commend you for an excellent show. And I'm pretty sure you're going to do amazing things moving forward, whatever you do, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. I know Tavares is a member of What's in It for the Black People First. He is generally here every first Saturday of the month. I'm grateful for it. Anybody else on that line? I'll take the next call, and then we're going to keep on going. Carly on the Maze Jackson Show. What made you join the Maze Jackson family, and why did you keep listening?
Hey, Maze. This is Ruby.
Hey, Ruby. It was Ruby It was Ruby who called us. It was Ruby who was the catalyst for the Maze Jackson Show. Ruby, how are you?
Maze, I love you. And I'm saying, Todd, I love you. And everything is going okay. I am so proud of you. You did such an excellent job out here. You kicked up the dust, baby, and that's what we needed was a little dust kicked up in Chicago.
Ruby, I agree, man. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm so glad you called because I would tell you that we probably would not have been here if it wasn't for you calling us and telling us what was happening in the streets that night. And I just remember that. Sometimes I'm going to go back and find that call, because that call made me know that we were valuable in this marketplace, because people was calling me. I was like, what am I supposed to do? But it just meant that you forced us into a space where we had to step up and speak up for our people. And I just wanted to say thank you. Ruby, thank you for calling. Love you to death. Riis, anybody else on that line? I'll take the last one. Caller, you on the Maze Jackson Show.
Good morning, Maze. I hope that you are having a fabulous day.
I'm trying.
I'm a first-time caller calling in all the way from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte, North Carolina?
This is the other JB Allen.
Hey, JB.
Allen, finally calling you. Even though I have not called in ever, I have been present and accounted for and already working when you start the show. Just want you to know that you have been a part of my life and my mornings for the last 7 years. It started with me tuning into a guy named Matt, who had you join him on the show. I was like, who's this dude with a funny voice? I knew that the partnership wouldn't last long. So when you took over the show, I was kind of skeptical at first because I knew nothing about you. But I'm glad that I kept listening and I learned all that I could about you. I love your love of Black people, of our people. I started my days with you in the morning show. Last couple of years, I watched City So Real, cheered for you when you went to Sundance and made the move with you when you got your own spot. And I'm sad that you're leaving, but I'm grateful for you, for your love of our people, and I will miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the knowledge. Thank you for the sacrifice. I know getting up at 4 a.m. is not easy. And as I said in my letter to you, I will never be the same because of you and your platform.
Thank you, JB. That means so much to me. And all the way from North Cackalack, y'all, it just makes me think you never know how far your impact reaches. JB, I'll never forget, though, because I opened up an envelope one day and JB had sent a check for $200, and I was just like, dang. I mean, people have shown and expressed their love in so many ways. It's not just checks. It is the calls. It is the I woke up with you. Now, y'all be like, I got up with you every day at 6 o'clock. I'd be like, I actually got up at 4. But the reality is, it is those calls that made me put in so much work in trying to provide excellent content for you and to make sure that you had something to think about and talk about on a daily basis. Look, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. I want to take a quick break. Riis, find something that they want to hear. We got a whole studio audience. And then when we come back, I'm going to jump into some more. Ty, we got some people in the building that I do want to have come talk, and then we're going to bring you back up here. But let's do a switch out over this break.
Hey, before you do that, I do want to testify that during COVID, I used to listen to all the shows. I mean, I'd get in the car and turn on the Book of Dawn, and then I'd listen all the way till I'm picking up Claire at the bowling alley and listen to the two chubby guys.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me in the mic? You can hear me? Oh, okay. All right. Let me tell you what. So it's very easy. It could be, just like I say that I want to be a part of everybody else's success, there are so many people that are part of mine. And whether it ended positively or we chose to go other ways, I am grateful for everybody that has passed through this platform, whether it's What's in It for the Black People Media, whether it is the Maze Jackson Show. And I'm going to be honest with you. I can leave with a clear heart and a clear conscience, because even if there was a misinterpretation or whatever it is, I know that my thoughts and my heart and my love for our community is pure. And so with that in mind, we're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, I want to bring the philosopher up, because I want to, I got to talk to him for a minute. And then we're going to be talking to the Chancellor of the University of Illinois, Kobe, we're gonna get you up here. We got quite a few people in there, and I know we got Jay Ivy coming shortly as well. So stay tuned. Keep rocking with us. I see my man Juan Rangel in the building. Let me just tell y'all, and I'm probably gonna have to bring Juan up for a minute too. You know, I'm not the biggest believer in the Black and Brown coalition, but quite honestly, when I learned that there wasn't that Black and Brown weren't the same, because you think about it, all of us were, for a long time, were espousing that. It was Juan Rangel who taught me about self-interest, because so many times us as black folks, we want to do everything for everybody else, but not ourselves. And it was Juan Rangel and my joining of the MLI class that made me start to really say, what's in it for the black people? Because they was getting it for the Latinos. And I was like, Dad, every time I turn around. And what was crazy was I was trying to join a Latino organization to get on with black people, right? And it was Juan who was like, no, you got to do your thing with your own people. It's about your self-interest. And so you got to acknowledge the people that got you to where you are. Think about Juan. Look around this room. And Juan was like, I want to call in. I was like, nah, you better come in. And right here in this room is what he's here with us in this full black room, and you are welcome. All right, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back after these messages.
The Maze Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Hey, Chicagoland, all roads lead to Solo Beauty Supply, the largest black-owned beauty supply in Chicago. We carry a large selection of natural hair care products, plus much more. So come see us at one of our two locations, located at 9011 South Ashland or 8158 South Cottage Grove. Our inventory is growing, and with your support, Solo Beauty will continue to be a source of pride in our community.
If you're a business professional, have you ever wanted to multitask on your way to an important meeting instead of navigating through traffic? Fellowship Fleet Limousine and Bus Company is your solution for chauffeured ground transportation. Our company provides sedans, SUVs, stretch limousines, vans, and buses for corporate travel, airport transfers, and group shuttles. If you're a corporate travel manager, individual business professional, event or meeting planner, relax. Let us take the wheel. Visit fellowshipfleet.com to book right now.
What about my love? Seems you have forgotten love. I do believe that something went wrong somewhere. What about my feelings? Do they mean anything at all? You got me so in love, I'm too blind to see. Now that you got my love, now you wanna put me down. Now that you got my love, got me standing on shaky ground. What about it, baby? What about the days and the nights we spent? What about the love we made so sweet? Are you sure you wanna live? Think it over, baby. 'Cause girl, I believe, I think you just might wanna change your mind. got my love. You got me standing on shaky ground. Yeah. Now that you got my love, you don't even come around. You don't come around. Now that you got all my love, and you got me standing on shaky ground. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Before you leave out the door, before you leave out the door, baby, won't you change your mind? Really wish you would change your mind. Now that you got my love, you don't even come around. Now that you got my love, you got me standing on shaky ground. Now that you got my love, you don't come around. Now that you got all my love, yeah, you got me standing on shaky ground. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Oh my, I had a conversation with her. This is how it went. Before you leave out the door, before you leave out the door, baby, won't you change your mind? Oh, Lord have mercy. 'Cause I need you and you need me. I know we can be happy. Just wait and see. Baby, won't you change your mind? I'll do better if you change your mind. Now that you got my love, you don't even come around. Now that you got my love, got me standing on shaky. Now that you got my love, you don't even come around. Now that you got my love, you got me standing on shaky ground. Baby, won't you change your mind? Baby, won't you change your mind? Oh no, I've been hoping, baby. I've been praying, baby. Yes, I have. Baby, won't you change your mind? Oh no. I've been hoping, baby. Yeah. I've been praying down on my knees, praying that you change your mind. Oh, Lord have mercy. I do better if you change your mind.
Back to the Maze Jackson Show. You are listening to the most dangerous show. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
What's in it for the
black people, cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't doze no more. I told y'all, yeah, this a dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies, not other politicians. We need money and no symbolism. It's Mace and Riis and Ruthie and Todd explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we united, our movement gon' stop. If they ain't trying to help us, they ain't trying to do nothing. We gotta do something, we gotta stop running. It's time to confront the problem. Really, you expect you oppressed, it's all wrong.
Wake up, Chicago. Wake up, world. This is the Maze Jackson Show. We are running all types of all off of schedule, but I'm happy to be here. It is the final broadcast. It is the final broadcast of the Maze Jackson Show. And I got to tell y'all, I'm honored. Somebody said it's a big crowd for 7 o'clock in the morning. And I you know what? I said I didn't expect this many people to show up. I really didn't. No, I didn't. I continue to be blessed. I continue to be honored. And one of the things that people probably don't know is how much I value my audience. And then value all of the members that wake up the Lions Den. Man, we got the celebrities in the house. Is that Will Calloway? You flew all the way back from Hawaii for me, dog. I feel away now. All right, y'all. So look, I've had the opportunity. I consider myself pretty much a grassroots dude. And you know, my knowledge of self, I grew up in Bolingbrook. And I talk about a lot of my knowledge of self came from that ride into the city when we would hear those drums from Lou Palmer. And that phrase, almost enough to make a Negro turn black. But growing up in Bolingbrook, there wasn't a tremendous amount of black history. And then I was fortunate enough to be awarded a 4-year academic scholarship to the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, where my entire world and life expanded. I think it is what the university is supposed to do. And you all hear me all the time. You know, if you hear me, if you say ILL, I'm going to be I&I. I talk about the University of Illinois, and honestly, I never graduated, right? I had a 4-year academic scholarship, but like so many of our young people, they find challenges in completing the process. But I would tell you that my knowledge of self came from the time that I was at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I joined my fraternity there, but that's also the place that I first heard Stokely Carmichael. At that time he was Kwame Ture. During that time, it was when I met and listened to Steve Coakley, Daruba Ben Wahad. It was that time that we shut down the University of Illinois. We camped out on the president's lawn, Stanley O. Eikenberry, because we were fighting for black student empowerment. And probably one of the, I don't have very many regrets in life. And let me say it, I have no regrets in life. Let me go back, because I've been blessed infinitely. But one of the things that if I can ever put some dots in place, it would be to go back to the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and get my degree. And, you know, I've got many people have offered me to come to their school, come to their place, but it's like it's something about the U of I, because it's where I got my start. And so I got to tell you, when Robert Jones was named the Chancellor of the University of Illinois, I was super proud, because it was a black man who was the boss of, before that was Clarence Shelley, he was a dean, but the chancellor of the University of Illinois, Robert Jones, when he took over, I don't know how we met. I think it might have been through the other radio station. But to be acknowledged and to be accepted by Chancellor Jones, and Chancellor Jones said, Mays, we consider you alumni. We are proud of you. And to get an acknowledgement from the establishment that I feel like birthed this iteration of Mays Jackson meant a lot to me. And so it's an honor to be able to go to the University of Illinois and for me to be acknowledged by my alma mater. I still call it my alma mater. I ain't got my paper, but it's still my school. It's still my college. And on the live line is the Chancellor of the University of Illinois, Mr. Robert Jones. Chancellor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chancellor. How are you?
I'm most wonderful, Mays, and how are you on this fine Illinois morning?
You know what, Chancellor? I'm feeling a kind of way today. I'm going to tell you, it's my last broadcast, and, you know, you know what, Chancellor, it's funny because I got my start in radio, actually not at WVOM, but at WBML at the Black House at the University of Illinois. But, Chancellor, you know, I'm going to tell you something. When you came to the other station the first time, and showed me the amount of love that you have. And between you and Aunt Andrea Darlis, you all have made me feel like a University of Illinois graduate, even though I'm just an attendee. I just got to tell you thank you for always embracing me and always making me feel like a part of the Illini family. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mays, it's been certainly my honor to have had the opportunity to get to know you and to participate in your work to send a very, very strong message to our community about the value of education, the value of social justice, and all that we need to do, and how do we continue to embrace all of those things that the members that our ancestors have fought and died for. And so I was deeply saddened to learn that you are moving on and transitioning to some other things that you value. And you will always be an Illini in my book, and we will always be here to support you, Mays, in any way that we can. We could not be more proud of the voice that you brought to the community and the work that you continue to do each and every day.
Chancellor, I don't know if you know, but if I felt a little bit better, I would be beaming. I'd be grinning from ear to ear. I think I'm grinning from one ear. But Chancellor, let me say this, man. The University of Illinois has been the birthplace of so much black excellence that people don't recognize often. But, you know, tell me what is your experience as being the first black chancellor at the University of Illinois to run that whole campus, and tell the people kind of a little bit about what your responsibilities are and all of the things that you do there, sir.
Well, it's, you know, it is truly a great honor, you know, for someone like me who grew up in the Jim Crow South. I'm the son of sharecroppers from southwestern Georgia. So having the opportunity to do most of the things that I've done in my life is really a road less traveled for someone like me. So having the opportunity I'm in my 7th year as a chancellor of what I think one of the greatest universities, not only in the state of Illinois, but around the world. It's truly a great honor. And to me, each and everything that I've been fortunate enough to do in life has always been about making a difference. And having this awesome opportunity to be the chief executive officer of the University of Illinois down in Champaign provides a platform for me to do a number of things. And at the core of my job responsibility is to run this multi-billion-dollar enterprise. and to make sure that it continues to deliver the excellence that it has delivered over the last 155 years of its history in terms of the innovation. This place has created more innovation than any other place per capita that I know. And so what we are responsible for is to drive the university to the next level of excellence by hiring the best and the brightest faculty who will go on to nurture and expand that legacy. But one of the things I know that you care about and I'm very passionate about is some of the work that we're doing to ensure that education remains accessible and affordable to all the people in the state of Illinois and from around the world, and particularly citizens from the state. So it's my job to continue to make sure that we are providing the resources to students who are ready for college and willing and interested in joining the university to be able to do so. So we worked very hard to deliver a world-class education at an affordable price. And just to mention two of their initiatives that I'm very proud of, and I had a chance to talk about this and almost debut it, I think, on your show several years ago, is the Illinois commitment, free tuition and fees for any student from a family of $67,100 or less can attend the University of Illinois without paying tuition and fees. That was important because we knew that we weren't getting certain students that were well qualified to even apply to the university because of the sticker shock. You know, all they saw was what they read on the website about $35,000, $40,000 in tuition. And so they wouldn't even bother with applying. So we took that off the map. We took that out of consideration. And now about 30% of our entering students each year receive the Illinois commitment. And also, I think you know about Hope Chicago, the entity that's designed to educate about 30,000 students in Chicago public schools in the next decade, and to make sure that these students get a world-class education from any of the public and a couple of the private institutions in Illinois, and that they will graduate debt-free. And it's also an intergenerational effort because one of the parents can also, if they don't have a degree or want to pursue some particular training, they can do so as well. So my hat's off to Peter Cadence and Dr. Janet Jackson for their leadership and innovation of this. And so there are many more things I can talk about, but there's nothing more important than access and affordability, so that we can leverage the investments that the state is making in the MAP program and the AIM High program. And so that's part of what I do on a daily basis. Try to figure out how we can make the university more accessible and affordable. How do we drive deep partnerships with communities across the state? We have a big initiative, not only that we're doing in the south side of Chicago with the University of Chicago around quantum computing. We're collaborating with Jackie Johnny Kersey, who is going to be our commencement speaker in East St. Louis, trying to build on the innovative educational work. She has a school there that's truly amazing, and she's teaching young people about food and how to grow food and the importance of nutrition and living a healthy life. So, and we're helping to build a food co-op down in Cairo because there's a food desert, and through our extension operation, people no longer will have to drive 30 miles each way just to get fresh meat and fresh vegetables because there's not a grocery store within 30 miles of that really just amazing city that suffered tremendously over the decades. So that's kind of a snapshot of what we do in terms of educational access, public engagement, and in hiring the faculty that will continue to drive the research and innovation that will move the state of Illinois forward.
Chancellor, let me just tell you, from the moment that you came in and announced that people whose families made under $70,000 could go to the University of Illinois for free, I knew that you were going to be one of my favorite people in the history. Now I got to figure out a way to deflate my income. But no, let me just say this. Chancellor, your work has not gone unnoticed. And I recognize that with your responsibility, you have to be responsible for quite a few people. But we know that what you are doing also answers my number one question, which is what's in it for the black people. And Chancellor, what the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign is doing now to ensure academic access, hopefully will allow us to graduate more black students that will come back to Chicago and back to Illinois and continue to make our state great. Thank you for taking time out of your super busy schedule, running a multi-billion-dollar corporation, to call into this show today. Never when I was on my way home from the University of Illinois did I ever think that the Chancellor of University of Illinois and I would be on a first-name basis. And anytime I've ever called, you have always responded and figured out how we could work together. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for your time today. And one more, ILL.
I, Mace, all the best to you, my friend, and please stay in touch.
I certainly shall. Hey, y'all, that was Chancellor Robert Jones from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Now, y'all are probably looking at the camera. Well, if you've been to Mace Jackson show, if you've listened to or watched the Mace Jackson show, then you already know this guy, or you've heard me talk about him at some point. And I got so many people, and we're going to be talking to Salim who I killed next. But I did not think that I could let Juan come in here and not acknowledge him. And I know this is going to sound so crazy. But the origins of what's in it for the black people started when I tried to apply to MLI, which was the Metropolitan Leadership Institute.
Excuse me. I don't mean to cut you off, but you got 1 minute to say goodbye to your WBGX.
WBGX. To the listeners of WBGX 1570 AM, for all of you all that are in the Southland, South suburbs, let me tell you, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. WBGX provided the platform to keep us alive. And I just got to say thank you to everybody that tunes in, whether it's on the TuneIn app, whether you listen live. Some people underestimate it, but I tell you who knows about who should benefit the most from WBGX? Bowfields. Because everybody be like, I heard about Bowfields on the radio station. But to everybody on WBGX, y'all give them a big round of applause. Thank y'all. Now, y'all know y'all can still listen to the rest of the show on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. But thank you to everybody from WBGX. You were instrumental in making this happen. Thanks, Riis. So there was a time in the city of Chicago, late 90s, early 2000s, that every time a new slot opened up in the city of Chicago, it was getting filled by a Latino. And then I would be like, dang, what is this? What is going on? And then what I started to realize was that there was an organization called the Metropolitan Leadership Institute. And it was a training program for young Latino professionals that got them prepared. And this guy was smart enough to even have a relationship with Mayor Daley, who then blessed them in and made them legitimate. And so as I was trying to climb the ladder, I said, well, damn, I need to join that organization. Now, it's crazy that for a black man to find a path, I had to find my way to a Latino organization. I was trying to find my way to a Latino organization. If you was a worker, then you went to HDO. If you were an executive, then you went to the Metropolitan Leadership Institute. And so there was a lot of us that were trying to figure out, how do we get into this class? Well, I became a lobbyist and got clicked into a group that allowed me to get access to it. And I'll never forget sitting through these classes. And, I was the king of black and brown this, because at U of I, we was like, we multicultural. 9/10 of the world is people of color. And if we all stand together, then we are the dominant. And I was into a whole bunch of space. And I took this class. And as I'm sitting in this class, I'm like, y'all, we preaching out of two different Bibles. because we are preaching multicultural, black and brown. And then Juan gave me a book called The Presumed Alliance. I want y'all to look that up. The Presumed Alliance. Now, realistically, I was in the class. But if I wasn't in the class, then he was basically educating the Latinos like, I know y'all say that black and brown, but we ain't got the same history. We don't have the same shared history. The funny part about it was Juan never downplayed our role. While we had differences, he never downplayed our role and was very clear about the difference in the struggle between Latin Americans or Hispanics and black people and the difference. So I thought that it was important that as we wrap this thing up that I have a chance to talk to Juan just for briefly so we could talk about it just a little bit. Juan, welcome to the Maze Jackson Show again, man.
Thank you very much, Maze. Thank you.
Juan, talk to me about, give me a brief history of MLI, and then let's talk about self-interest, because we as black folks are very altruistic, right? We want to bring everybody in. We want to make sure, and we feel like if we don't, then we're bad people. With Juan is where I learned self-interest. Juan, talk to me about MLI, the origins, why did you do it, what happened, and then about that whole concept of the presumed alliance.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me, Maze. You know, when I spoke to you, was it yesterday, the other day?
Yes.
I told him I'm going to call in because I needed to be part of this last show. He said, don't call in, come on over. So I'm glad to be here. And I think I'm the only Latino in the room here. But I'll tell you, Maze, I feel right at home. So thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. Well, MLI, the impetus of MLI came about because I think many years ago, actually, strangely enough, when the UIC expansion was taking place, the organization I led at the time was supportive of the expansion, but every other organization seemed to be against it, right? And we saw it as an economic development opportunity for jobs and growth, certainly in the adjoining Pilsen community, while everybody else was playing the victim role, right? And we just completely disagreed with that. But we never seemed to be able to attract that young professional crowd, right? We had the moms and dads, the churchgoers and all that. And meanwhile, we thought, well, the other side seems to be able to attract these groups. So we formed MLI to be able to do that and train and educate and develop future leaders that were going to school, graduating from college, but really didn't have a path to power. Because as you pointed out at that time, the path to power tended to be like the ward organizations, the political organizations, the muscle. But that door was never open to that other class within our communities. And so that was the impetus for MLI. And for 12 years, it was very successful. Now, we'll say it was focused on the Latino community because that's the work that I've always done, the empowerment of Latinos. But yourself and others, we certainly always opened the doors to individuals that were curious and willing to learn about these concepts of power. And these are strong words that I think a lot of people are afraid of, to talk about the world of power and the power arena and the need to build power. But we consider that word simply as the ability to act, right? And these are concepts that are not new. I didn't come up with them. They're actually all part of the Alinsky training or community organizing. And there's pictures of Barack Obama on a chalkboard writing power, self-interest, and all that. So they're not new. But they were never really applied the way we were applying it to that class of folks, right? And it was very successful. Folks came out of that, elected officials, aldermen, some of the aldermen that are still in office, Silvana Tabarez being one of them, state representatives and senators. And so we were very proud of that. And we reached a certain pinnacle in like 2012, 2013. And I left the organization, and the program was kind of defunct. We started it up again last year with MLI Next Gen. And it's not a Latino focus, although right now the majority of the folks are Latino, but some of our good friends like Anita Hutchinson from Village Leadership Academy is part of our program this year. And we're about to open up the slots for this coming year, so we certainly invite your audience, and if you have any recommendations, Maze, and we welcome them. self-interest is important. I'll tell you, I remember years and years ago, there was a leader of a Brighton Park organization. Brighton Park's primarily Latino. The leader of this organization happened to be white, and he came in to see me, and he just said that he didn't agree with us at the organization that I led because he thought that we were being divisive, that we only spoke for Latinos, and we needed to build coalition. And I remember telling him, I don't apologize for speaking or being a voice for my community. And so when Mays started the What's in It for the Black People, I'll never forget your early shows back in VON. Charles actually asked me, how do you feel when you hear What's in It for the Black People? And I remember my answer being like, it's right. It's the right thing to do, because if you can't advocate for your community, who will? And I don't apologize. I certainly don't apologize for being that voice for my community.
And that, my friends, is how we got here. When we went through the interview process, they said, Mays, what is it that you had to come up with a project? And my project was to create an organization similar to MLI for black people. And I think that one of the things that people over the course of time, as this world has gotten more, I don't know if it's woke, politically correct, I'm not exactly sure what it is that advocating for your self-interest can get letters written about you, right? And I just need to be clear, I'm not against anyone. I am just for my people. And in this game where we talk about power and wealth, it is a competition. Juan, just really quickly, talk to me about the Presumed Alliance.
Presumed Alliance. And first of all, it's a book that was written by a gentleman from California named Nicholas Vaca. And Nick actually comes from like that era from the 1960s. And I think he would, similar to you, Mays, I think he comes from that coalition building and a belief. And I'm not against coalition building, and certainly I don't. I do believe that there's opportunities to work together with other communities. I see Tyrone Muhammad here. I'm looking forward to someday working with you, with the incarcerated folks, and I think we can make a great partnership there. But it's going to be based on self-interest, right? I have an interest in moving my community. Tyrone has an interest in moving his community, a community of people that he's working with, and I think there's ample room for us to work together. But let's not confuse things in terms of a general community agenda or self-interest or interest as opposed to an individual self-interest. And it could be an individual personal self-interest where I want to go as an individual, or it could be my community's self-interest, right? And I'm very clear-eyed about that. The idea of the presumed alliance is that I think that there's oftentimes the words, the code words, people of color, BIPOC, I think is the new word and all that, and all of that. And I understand the idea behind that, but I think it also limits the interests of an individual community. And we, black and brown, we get lumped in together as minorities and people of color as if we have something in common other than a shade of color on our skin. And we don't. And I say that with all due respect to the black community, because we don't share that experience. We don't come from slavery, Jim Crow, and all that. And to just lump us all together, I think, does a disservice to the black community, as well as not acknowledging the struggles I think that immigrants also have. But they're different struggles and different needs in our community. But I think politically it becomes very convenient to just say people of color. And to me, that says you're not interested in addressing problems in our community. You're giving us lip service. And it's hard to say because it gets interpreted as if we have something against the black community or vice versa. And it's not. To me, it's paying homage and respect, due respect to each other's communities and treating each other with respect as we seek to address issues in our respective communities.
All right, Juan, I'm going to ask you to give us a close because I'm about to bring Salima Wakil in. But first of all, my brother, I want to tell you thank you. Thank you for educating and informing me in a way that I think I have translated. I think if y'all listen to that, then you've probably heard some iteration of that. And it was Juan who allowed us, who helped me break out of the black and brown thing, which I think has now translated into all of us. Juan, I want to tell you thank you. I think you was one of my first guests when I did. Matter of fact, when it was the Maze and Monique show, you were my first guest because we had this conversation. Yep. And now as I close out this era of my career, it is great to have you on the last show. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much, Maze, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what else we're going to do. And I have to say, this show is nothing short of revolutionary. So congratulations, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now remember, you can catch all the Maze Jackson shows on YouTube and join my mailing list at bit.ly. Keep in touch with Maze. bit.ly, keep in touch with Maze. Now, y'all know I'm coming back with a podcast. I need some time off. And then I think in the podcast space, I'll be able to not fly through issues, but really dig deep into the issues. I also want to remind you all tomorrow, right here live in the building, we will have Park and Ride, live band, a very dynamic live band. Hope to see you all come back tomorrow and join and become members of Obsidian. Now sitting in the seat, he said he got the most astute listening audience in the world. And I know that for a fact because I consider myself pretty astute. I call him the philosopher. He is the one and only, the illustrious Salim Muwakil. Y'all give a big round of applause to Salim Muwakil. Salim, welcome to the Maze Jackson. Well, we've been to the Maze Jackson show, but welcome to the last broadcast of the Maze Jackson show.
I appreciate being here, man. This is a historic occasion, bro.
Well, that means a lot because you've been at a lot of historic occasions.
I have been.
Salim Muwakil, tell us a little bit about you and maybe just, I'm curious to know your thoughts on what we did here, how we did. Did we do a good job? I'm trying to make sure that I passed the muster. You've been beating me up a little bit, and I'm gonna say this. Salim has been able to see history made in so many cases, and then been one of the people to document that history. Salim, where do we go from here, man? Where do black people go from here? And let me say this. I want to make sure that this is out. While my concern about the progressive movement interacting with the black community has not always been positive, we want to make sure that we give our brother, Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson, every opportunity to be successful. Mm-hmm. And as I've said about people who we've been cool with or not cool with, or not cool with, but didn't always go the right way, I just want to be part of their success. Salim, we are in a different place, a different time, a different world, and I wonder, do we have a place in that space? Talk to me, brother.
Yeah, man, we have a place in that space. We could help create that space.
Okay.
My own history, I come up through the Nation of Islam and Black Panther Party, which enabled me to see our development through a variety of different lenses, and I realized that if we don't find a way to ally ourselves with progressive forces, we'll be on the outskirts of power, man. Because these fascists and reactionary forces are developing across the world, man, and we have to understand our role in it. And so I think Brandon Johnson's election and this kind of ferment that you feel in the country, the kind of culture war thing that's going on, all of this is an indication that we have to mobilize ourselves and connect with progressive forces that are moving on the planet right now. And so I think that's really our primary purpose. And as black people, we need to clarify our situation, man. As as those who have been damaged by the legacy of slavery. And once we clarify our position and differentiate ourselves from those other aggrieved people, like Juan was talking about, it, we differentiate our struggles because we have a specific struggle, and our specific struggle is related to our, to the legacy of slavery. And if we clarify that and make our struggle more specific, I think we'll be on a better course.
So now to my self-serving interest. Salim, how did we do, man? How did the Maze Jackson Show do in this world that we live in? I hope that, I said a lot of times that I just want to make sure that we count it, right? That, I grew up in Bolingbrook. I was born in Chicago, so I need to make sure, because y'all be, you ain't from Chicago. I went to St. Anselm's and I went to A.O. Sexton, so chill on out. But when I came back to Chicago, I was like, me and Big Swill, and it was like the Vapors, right? And I just wanted to be on. And then over the course of time, I found my way. But in this space of black empowerment and activism, I just want to make sure that we did our right, like that we didn't hurt our cause or didn't hurt our people.
No, man, you are like a perfect bridge, man, because you have that multicultural. You had multicultural access, so you felt comfort in other people's spaces, and you were allowed to learn lessons from how they operate in those spaces. And being the astute person that you are, incredibly, quite, I don't want to give you this compliment right now, but I mean, incredibly astute. You brought that back to the community in ways that hadn't been done before, and that kind of intricate knowledge of insider mechanics was extremely valuable, man. It is extremely valuable. That's why I think a lot of people feel that you will be greatly missed, man, because there are few people who have that kind of knowledge and who are able to transmit it in an intelligible way to a hungry audience, man. People who need that kind of information. So, man, I consider it a grievous loss that you are leaving. And I don't know. I really don't know what kind of information portal can replace you.
Well, I guess that means something. Salim, I'm gonna tell you, when we started the What's in It for the Black People platform, probably to me, the crown jewel of what we had was you, right? Because here is this man that has witnessed history at every level, participated in history at every level, in black history. I'll never forget I opened up that book and Salim Muwakil, I know him. Salim, talk to me just a little bit about the travels of black folks from whence we've come to where we are now, and what do you predict as our future?
Yeah, that April 4th election coincided with Martin King's assassination. I was there in '63 for the March on Washington. I went there for completely different reasons than the purpose. I went there because I heard there'd be a lot of co-eds on the scene, and so, and there were, So I went, and I was there in the Million Man March as well, covering it as a newspaper man and as a radio reporter, and in fact I was in a documentary in which I was featured, and the Million Man March was one of the primary chapters in that documentary. And so I've seen history unfold in a lot of ways. Like I say, I was in the Panther Party, and then I was in the Nation of Islam, and as an editor, in fact, for Muhammad Speaks, traveling around the world with Minister Louis Farrakhan and those kinds of things. So I've had experience, man, in this thing, and I've seen us move from here to there, and I'm really confident, man, that we are on a road to some better outcomes.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I don't want. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I think I ended the show with "Be Optimistic," right? Because sometimes you can listen to the Maze Jackson show and really come off and be pessimistic, right? Think about things from a pessimistic manner. But I just want to tell you, man, I am optimistic, and I'm going to remain optimistic. I do think that I can do more to advance our cause, not from this platform, because sometimes it's a lot of vinegar coming from the show.
Sure.
And to get things done, we need some honey, right? Because you got to massage the egos, right? And that's the job of a lobbyist. That's the job of a person in my space. And I think that there's a lot of freedom fighters that are fighters. But my job, I think, now is because you think about it, man, in just the last 10 years, we've seen a lot of walls come down. Like a lot. Like there was a time when Madigan Burke, it was impenetrable, right?
Absolutely.
And now here we sit. We saw the handoff of power between two black people, right? The governor of the state of Illinois is hanging his hat on the fact that a black man got elected so he can be the president of the United States. So I just wanted to, Salim, I just want
the governor has to use some of that Ozempic, though, to get his weight down.
See? Look, man, you trying to take me. Salim said that, not me. I ain't trying to go there. I done said enough about that. I don't need no letters. I don't want no more letters, no more anything. Salim, in closing, just what's our next steps, man? What are our next steps?
We need to clarify our struggle, man. I think we need to focus on reparations. And academics across the world are coming to that conclusion because they see that the depravity and the pillage that we've suffered can only be compensated for, and can only be repaired by compensation. And that's becoming increasingly clear. And I think as it becomes increasingly clear, we have to be more intentional in our thrust for reparations. I think that's our next move, man.
All right, reparations it is. That when you hear from Salim, then you know it's the truth. You can take it to the bank.
That's right.
Hey, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. I see the broom is getting full, man. I see all types of people. Did I see Alderman David Moore in the building? Look, we got to get an aldermanic picture going on. I see my man Mouse, LJ in the building, Cassandra Matz. Look, I didn't think Shannon was coming because I thought he was going. I think Shannon came to talk some smack. Tyrone, I see so many people in the room. I probably can't name every single body. I see my man Quasi here as well. Let's do this, Riis. Let's take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom and then we're gonna come back. Jay Ivy still is on his way. Man, Joe, it's been a long morning. I had some call.
Reach the rule. I see a future for you as a lobbyist too, by the way, man.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
I still gotta check his wardrobe. We gonna see what he wear for. We want Easter pictures, man. We want to see the pictures from Easter. If he got on now, later Gators, we have to wait a year. But y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. We'll be back after these messages.
The Maze Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Tamika Scott. Yeah. As we take this journey through life, we face trials and tribulations. But just know, the enemy is not gonna win. Cause the storm is almost over. That's right. The storm is almost over.
Don't you give up. You come too far to turn back now. Hold your head up. It's almost over. So set up to take you to your destiny. It's gonna be alright. Everything happens for a reason. Yes, this is your season. Just keep on believing. Blessings you'll be receiving. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It will
doing? And in my head I paint a picture. Well, since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess. And I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. But won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you didn't catch a tan. I hope you find the right man who'll fix it for you. And are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay that fine that you've been dodging all the time? Are you still dizzy? Oh, yeah. Since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess. And I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Oh, stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water and I think of all the things what you're doing. In my head I paint a picture. Since I've come home, well, my body's been a mess. And I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, why don't you come on over, Valerie?
Back to the Maze Jackson Show. You are listening to the most dangerous show. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Maze Jackson. Maze Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
For Ruthie Moore, for Todd Stroger, I am the host of the Maze Jackson Show, asking every single day, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them Maze said, Mayor Lightfoot, man, we ain't accepting that. We ain't accepting that. Let's go. Yeah.
Let's get down to business and go ahead and address the facts, man. Lightfoot seems more lesbian than black. Rahm Emanuel's another case. He was just as tired. 50 closed schools left much to be desired. Police had Anjanette naked on that body cam. They suppressed the footage so it couldn't touch a lot of hands. Reminds me of that 16 shots in that cover-up. Both of them similar, so I went and dug it up. George Floyd killed, a lot of riots happened in the town. Southside burned and they wouldn't let them bridges down. Grandmother sick, need a prescription and plus a couple groceries. You gon' have to travel just to get it now. COVID-19 out here shutting all the business down. Not enough SBA loans to even give around. So many failed businesses that that you could put them in the pile. If you don't survive the pandemic, it's gonna sit you down. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. Shout out to Willie Wilson, hope one day you get to send it. We need some different players in the game to handle business. Too many shady characters like Madigan and Blago. But when you really break it down, it's typical Chicago. City full of gangsters, it's what the land was built on. Same streets with hood legends, DNA get spilled on. Carjackers out here lurking, trying to get they steal on. Looking for a block to put them Hellcat wheels on. Let us give bogus appraisals a red line. Car crackers out here getting minimal fair time. And up the seal carry, I stay with the pipe. But Illinois gun laws giving minimal rights. Stay up on the swivel, make sure I'm moving tight. Check all of my mirrors when I pull up to the light. Pick my homie up from out of town, man, he caught a flight. He was hella nervous, told him, shorty, this a way of life. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks.
Wake up, Chicago, make some noise. Wake up, world. This is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. You can turn it however you need to. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my man, DJ Riis, the ruler, in the building. Y'all, this is the final broadcast. It is it. People been running around saying, what we going to do in the morning? I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do in the morning. I'm going to sleep. I am going to sleep. Maybe for the first week, and then you know me, I'm going to still be running around because it's not possible for me to stop. But let me take a moment and acknowledge my guest sitting to the right of me. I remember back in 1998, and we were putting together the Sprite mixtape, and they wanted to put a poet on the Sprite mixtape. It's my man Vince Bass with his, Maze, I got something for you. I'm telling you, you need to do this. And it was two poets, right? It was Malik Youssef and Jay Ivy, and they had a group called the Visitworks. And as we were doing the Sprite mixtape, and we were doing it, and I heard Jay, I would be like, man, Charlie, that brother got talent. I remember us going to the Sprite Awards in Los Angeles. Man, we was all crammed. Source Awards. We was all crammed into hotel rooms. We was all sharing hotel rooms. I think I got pictures of us with the superstar celebrities because I think we thought we had to take people escort them to the to the game. I think it was the Eve,
five deadly
Mia
women.
X, right? The 5 deadly women.
Roxanne Shante.
Man, this brother, and I turned on the TV. And I'll never forget. The national Sugar Bowl was about to
Orange
come
Bowl.
on. Okay, I guess I did forget. It was a bowl game.
I got you. It was one of them.
But it was one of the first times that I had seen poetry featured in a national sporting event. I remember Tennille and I represented Ringling Brothers in Disney on Ice. And we would go to New York, and the first call we would make would be to Jay Ivy and Cootie. And they would pick us up, make sure we had everything we needed. But not only that, they would introduce us to the world of New York. You see people grow. You see them expand. You remember when they were, and then you see who they are now. And as I look at Jay Ivy, it's another example of where you just hope that you can have a part, or play a positive role in the success of someone. Jay Ivy is a gift to the world. From the Southland, we still gonna call him Chicago though.
Yeah.
And I'm honored. I was, then he got the Kanye movie. So then I was nervous to call him, right? Because, you be nervous now, your people famous, and, you be like, they going to play you, don't want to get fronted or nothing. Jay always been Jay, right? I used to call him Jason, and the only time he stopped me from calling him Jason, he's like, Maze, you can't call me Jason no more, right? Because, I'd rename everybody. But I had the opportunity, my wife and I had the opportunity to see the full iteration. We got to see the guy that we saw, that we was all crammed into a room, sleeping on the floors together, now a Grammy Award-winning artist. The only other poet to receive a Grammy was Maya Angelou. Think about the gravity of that. You are looking at living Black history. So then we went to go see him at the show, and I didn't, I was like, I don't want to go stand in the line and ask to take a picture because I don't want him to be like, oh, here come my fans. And how sometimes you feel a certain way and you be nervous about talking to somebody because they famous now. Not that Jay ain't always been famous. But he was still Jay, right? The hug, the love, the affection. And so I said, man, and then I was going to ask him, man, could you be on the show, my last one? But I couldn't quite get it out, right? I was like, let me take my picture and I'm going to move on. And then I got a text. Yo, the show is ending. Now, I got to tell you, he was one of my first guests when we first opened up, and he was on the little side of the studio. I really wish I could have got him to the studio so he could see what we actually wound up building. But, y'all, it means a lot to me that the people that you saw when they were on the way up didn't forget. And so he was like, yo, the show is about to be out. I was like, yeah. He was like, I'm going to be there. I will be there. And here he is. Look, y'all, Jay Ivy, give a round of applause for Grammy Award-winning artist Jay Ivy.
Thanks, love. Thank you, brother. Chi-town.
So, Jay, talk to me, man. Tell me about this journey, man.
Well, first off, this is like the earliest party I've ever seen in my life. The journey, man. The journey has been amazing. It's been a dream. It's been a lot of ups and downs, but the love you have for your art, your passion, your God-given gift, it keeps you going, and then you're surrounded by so many people that just encourage you and continue to fill you up and continue to push you to keep going. So I've been blessed to always have people like that around me, people like yourself, people like Vince, who put me on my first show, out in Richmond Park. My first show in the city was at Harper's on 63rd and Harper, Full Moon Poetry with Malik Youssef, and Kwesi was there, and Christy Love, and so many other amazing poets. And then, it's just been always, it takes a village. It takes a village, and I've always been surrounded by just some of the most amazing people who just happen to be geniuses in their own right and superstars, and they just keep pushing you, and you just keep going. And I know God gave me something, it's always front of mind that I've been blessed with a gift, and I've been, put on this mission to do what I can with poetry, and it's been amazing to see everything unfold the way it has.
Jay, how did you get the Grammys to create a category for you?
So what happened was, historically there's been a spoken word category at the Grammys. The category included poetry, audiobooks, narration, storytelling. So I was introduced to the board for the Recording Academy. There's 12 chapters that make up the Academy. and there's a Chicago chapter. So they reached out and was like, you know, would you become a member? I was like, there's membership? I ain't know. So then I become a member, and then it was like a couple years go by. He said, you ever thought about running for the board? I said, there's a board? So I didn't know. So I run for the board, get on the board as a governor, and then I'm there for a couple years. They're like, man, you ever thought about running for a higher office? I'm like, I just got here. I don't know what I'm doing. So then I ended up running for president, and I became president of the Chicago chapter. And out of the 12 chapters, I'm the first poet to hold a presidency seat in the history of the Recording Academy.
Make some noise for that.
So, thank you. So then I became a national trustee, first poet to hold a national trustee seat. And give you context, like P.J. Morton is a Memphis trustee. Yolanda Adams is a Texas trustee. John Legend is a L.A. trustee. And you have folks like Omas Keith and Rico Love and Harvey Mason Jr. So I'm sitting around this table, and I have a voice, I have a seat at this table. And what it did, it put a voice from the poetry community in the room. So when it came to this category, the spoken word category, we working on different things that help better the music community. And I'm like, okay, working on that, that's cool. But hey, y'all, this spoken word category, we got to do something about this, because meanwhile, you have audiobooks in the spoken word category, and they've been dominating for years, for decades. The spoken word category is won by audiobooks. So like Rachel Maddow, Michelle Obama's Becoming book won Best Spoken Word. Barack Obama's won. Jimmy Carter's won. Like, you know, big figures, public figures, politicians, celebrities that put out they books, they were dominating the category. Meanwhile, the poets are like, we don't have no place at the Grammys. So I'm like, yo, we need to work on this spoken word category. So for 6 years, I campaigned between the academy and the poetry community, because I'm getting information. I'm like, man, I've been doing this almost 30 years, and I didn't know this. Chances are other poets don't know this. So I started sharing the info with the poetry community. And I was like, if we submit our projects, we could possibly get our own. So I wrote a proposal last year, a new definition. I named the category, submitted it, and the Board of Trustees, we voted on it, and it passed. So this past Grammys was the first time in the history of the Grammys that 5 poets were nominated. Amanda Gorman, Malcolm Jamal Warner, Amir Suleiman, Ethelbert Miller, and Jay Ivey. And
of course, Jay Ivey.
You know,
we from Chicago,
Chi-Town, you know, and we were able to bring it home, you know, and it's amazing. So, but that's how it all came about, though.
Now, Jay, the thing is, I'll give Jay another round.
Yeah, thank you.
The thing, my question is, Jay, you started doing this in the 90s, man.
Yeah.
It was the golden era of hip hop.
Yeah.
How did you become a poet and not a rapper?
I ain't got no rhythm. I don't know. The poetry was just always, I was just always me. That was just always how the stories came to me, how the lyrics and the, you know, came to me. It was always poetry, you know.
Jay, I'm going to tell you, man. And I was telling you this, and Riis knows it probably better than anybody else. But every morning, before, like, Riis will be like, man, can we start the show? And I will not start the show until I listen to Never Let Me Down.
Yeah.
Right? And every single time, on the highest cliff, on the highest rip.
Yeah.
I have, it's peculiar to me because I have a physical reaction to the song. Like, I feel, I don't know how to explain it, but when you do it, I feel vibrations every single time I hear the song, and it is what gives me the energy. It's like my driver for them. And, you know, I love Ye and I love Jay, but that poem, and I used to always be like, Jay, you know poets is salt. But I literally have a physical reaction every morning when I hear that song. When I hear you drop those words. What was the inspiration, my brother?
Man, it was, well, I mean, it really started with, I was really going through a transformation at the time. My father had passed, and I was grieving, And then I got to the point of writing this poem called Dear Father, and it was a letter that I wrote to my pops. And writing that poem, it really freed me from all the like depression, anxiety, all the anger, the sadness that I was feeling. So after writing that, I really felt like I could do anything. So a couple months go by, and I'm in New York at the time, and I'm running around with Cootie, and this was after Kanye got in the accident, and he flew Cootie to everybody saw Genius, so y'all know the story, you know. And so Cootie was in L.A., and he calling me up every day like, man, Jay, I was just at, he's like, well, first day he called me, man, we out here kicking it, man, you got to get out here. Next day he called me, man, we was just at Jamie Foxx's crib, and him and Kanye did this song called Slow Jams, and I got it all on tape, man, you got to get out here, man, we kicking it. So then the next day he called me up, he was like, man, Jay, he was like, Kanye got this song with him and Jay-Z on it, and he want to put a poet on it. And I told him he need to put J. Ivy on it. I'm like, man, stop playing. You know, I'm like, that ain't funny, man. Jay-Z, come on, man. Like, you know, and then he played the record for me over the phone. I really couldn't hear the words. So he telling me what Jay-Z saying in his verse, telling me what Kanye saying in his verse. And then he was like, man, Jay, he was like, you need to get out here tomorrow if you can. I was like, I'm going to find a way. So I hung up the phone. My first thought was, you need to write something right now. So I started, when he called me, I was writing when he called me, so I turned to a blank page, and I wrote the date down, I wrote the title, Never Let Me Down. And I wrote the first thing that came to my mind, we all here for a reason on a particular path. You don't need a curriculum, know that you're a part of the math. And then my mind went completely blank, and I was like, man, this ain't the time for writer's block. So I started banging on the page. I was like, God, please give me one right now. I was like, I need one right now, please. And I put my hand back to the page. My hand just started moving and moving and writing and writing and writing. Wrote a full page, turned the page over, wrote a few more lines, and I stopped. I read over it. I was like, man, it's kind of hot. So I read over it like 4 or 5 times. I called Cootie back in like 10 minutes, like, dawg, listen to this. So I spit the poem for him over the phone. He like, oh, man, that's great, that's great. He's like, hold on. So then he go in another room. Room is loud, people, music, then everything goes quiet. He like, Jay, I'll put you on speakerphone, spit the poem again. So I spit it like I'd done it a million times already. If I was on the highest cliff, on the highest rift, and you slipped off the side and clinched onto your life in my grip, I would never, ever let you down. And then when I finished, the room erupted. Everybody, oh man. So then I hear Kanye on the phone. And I'm thinking, I'm in Brooklyn, broke by myself. I'm like, man, somebody tell me something, what's going on over there? So then I hear Kanye, man, Jay, spit it again, did it again, spit it again, did it again, spit it again, did it again. I did the poem for like a half hour. Like for real, he just had me do it over and over and over again. And then Cootie, he finally got back on the phone. He was like, Jay, guess what? I'm like, what? He's like, Kanye flying you out here tomorrow. I said, I found my way. But thank you. So, but to your point of like that physical feeling, that's God. Like that's God that's being felt. Cause we all portals, we all channeling, you know. And so when I say I prayed for that poem, I really prayed for that poem, and that's God being felt in every lyric, every part of that piece. So. That is a blessing, man. Big shout out to Cootie for making that call.
Shout out to Cootie, man.
Chi-town.
Shout out to, but that's an example of Chicago. Chicago be everywhere, cause you went to Brooklyn and you kicked it with them. Let me tell you what, all of Brooklyn was rotating around Kanye and Jay. Jay and Cootie and Cootie. Let me tell you, wherever they went, we always take over. Chicagoans always take over.
Always.
Now Jay.
Always.
Was that the linchpin? Was that at that point, was it over and you was through the roof, or did you have struggles after that?
Oh, there's definitely struggles after that. And mind you, I did deaf poetry before that. So I did deaf poetry. That's what prompted me to move to New York. I did deaf poetry, Cootie and B. Cole and John. They all sat front row. When I was going to do the show, John Monopoly saw me, and him and Cootie. He was like, man, you on this? I was like, yeah. He's like, man, we sitting in the front row, Chicago style. Mind you, we in the balcony when I saw them. I'm like, all right, okay. I don't know how y'all gonna get down there, but all right. When I walked out on that stage, they was in the front row. Like, It was about Michi. It was about 5-7 folks from Chicago in the front row. So from there, that's when me and Cootie started kicking it. Then it was Never Let Me Down. But then after that, you know, there was the Orange Bowl, and I was doing stuff for MTV and this and that. But they were absolutely ups and downs. They were absolutely rock bottom times. They were absolutely phones off, lights off. What we go do in between checks, in between shows? Man, should we go get jobs? Should we, like, what do we go do? You know, and when I say we, I'm talking about me and my wife, Tari Teray, incredible singer, songwriter. She just won a Grammy as well for my album. You know, 6-time Apollo winner, lead singer for Slick Rick the Ruler. So if you ever see Slick Rick out with the ladies, that's Tari representing Chicago, Inglewood, Curie, you know, Delta, all that, you know. So she, you know, we would have those moments where it would get hard, but you know, again, the love of what you do would just keep driving you, and then you just keep moving, and then things would just happen, and things will pick back up, and the blessings will come, and that phone would ring, and you just keep going. You just keep going. And so, yeah, it's been bad times, but, you know, that ain't never stopped us before.
Nah, you know Jay don't be telling y'all this stuff all the time. Riis, so to the morning show audience, to the Lions Den, Riis, why don't you give them a taste of what the latest J.I.
Life is a marathon. A maze of magic and mystery. On our quest to make our mark
so y'all
on
hear
history,
this in the mornings. You know we play this every
troubled
we play
by
you
the
on our
terrain.
playlist, brother.
It's tough, but the aim remains the same. The mountaintop, the podium, breaking through the tape at the end of the race, in spite of the pain.
I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired.
John Legend.
Feet don't get tired, but my feet don't get tired.
Giving up.
What's that? Life how you running in circles, man. What track?
We on the go as soon as our
Feet in the ground make contact. In fact, each step taken might not be exact, but we grow through the pain, every bruise, every scratch. Don't trip. Get those knees up. Don't skip. Run through the competition, the division, your mind's negative dimensions. Don't let your doubts weigh you down. Fear suffocating every time that it's found. Don't put matter over your mind. Breathe your dream. Catch a second wind. Move closer to your finish lines. With each rap, better your time, your grind. Don't be alarmed. You in the final stretch, man. Pump those arms. Kill that noise. Remember your joy, your passion. Look at the distance you pass. And I'm asking, it's exhausting, but what ain't? Show them you can when they think that you can't. You ain't got no restraints. Your DNA is a gift. Kick, rock, roll, hop on your hips. Grip your game, lift your game. It's a beautiful mission. Your song plays alone, the body listens. The effects are stunning. One foot in front of the next, your steps keep drumming. Your heartbeat beats to the rhythm. All you gotta do is keep running.
Make some noise for Jay Ivy.
Yeah.
Now, Jay, one of the things I heard on that, man, so was that John Legend on
That's
that?
John Legend. Yeah.
So there's another story you tell
Yeah.
that people don't realize. Go ahead, break it down for them, because did y'all know that J. Ivy named John Legend? John Legend? Y'all probably didn't know that. Go break it down.
It's a little black history, some Chicago black history, you know. All right, so it was the same night that I recorded Never Let Me Down. After I recorded, which was, again, it was just a dream. It was so surreal to be in this moment where I'm recording and I'm putting headphones on and I'm hearing Jay-Z and I'm hearing Kanye. And there's this space of me. So after I recorded, Kanye just played the song over and over and over. We listened to this song for hours.
Man, that's...
You know, the same record. You know, he adjusting, mixing as he go. And then he was like, man, you heard this singer named John Stevens? I was like, yeah, I've been hearing about him in New York. Mind you, we in L.A. in Hollywood, this studio called Record Plant. And so he playing the songs. He's like, man, let me play this record. So he played this record by John Stevens. The record is amazing. I'm like, this off the chain. You know, it reminded me of like Marvin Gaye or some Smokey Robinson or something, you know. So then an hour later, John Stevens walks in the studio, and I'm surprised. I didn't know he was there. So I'm like, oh, what up, bro? I'm Jay Ivy. I'm a poet from Chicago. I heard your music. I was like, it sounded like that music from the old school. Sound like that music my folks used to listen to back in the day. I was like, dog, you sound like one of the legends. I was like, you a legend. Matter of fact, that's what I'm going to call you from now on. I'm going to call you the legend. So I started calling him John the Legend, John Legend, John Legend. But mind you, it's just me and him talking. So a couple of days later, we still in the studio. And mind you, like Earth, Wind, and Fire down the hall recording. Maya's across the hall recording. Janet Jackson's upstairs recording. And so we in the lounge of the studio. It's like 10, 12 of us in the lounge. Kanye, Tari Teray, Cootie. I think Banop was there. And then in walks John Stevens, who's signed to Kanye as John Stevens. He got an album out as John Stevens. I mean, he been John Stevens his whole life, so in walks John Stevens, everybody shouting him out, John Stevens in the building, John Stevens in the house, what up, John Stevens? And I was like, John Legend. And everybody looked at me, he looked back at him, and he was like, man, that's it. And Kanye was the main one. You John Legend from down, that's it. So that's how he got the name John Legend.
Hey, man.
That's how he got the name.
That is our man, Jay Ivy. Jay, I'm going to tell you, so I moved a little late to get tickets to the first show.
Oh, yeah.
And thank God that there was a second show.
Yeah.
Sometimes at the crib, you got to go around the world to come back home.
Yeah. Wow.
You got to go around.
You got to write that one down.
You got to go around the world to come back home.
Wow.
Put it in a poem.
Wow. That was cold. That was cold.
And I was thinking about it. Because I think about how many of us was trying to make a name for ourselves in the crib.
Yeah.
And it sometimes takes other people to acknowledge your talent. Because you don't appreciate guys. Because I know them from around the crib.
Right.
Talk to me about what it felt like to look out in that audience and see so many people who were just, I was at that show. We was vibing and everybody was just seemed like it was like everybody's heart was outside their chest because they were so proud. To see you. Tell me what it feels like to come back home. I know when you go to other cities, right? Because y'all know Jay Ivy is on a city winery tour celebrating his Grammy. So y'all make sure y'all if y'all get the chance. How many more shows you got?
2, man.
Oh, damn.
We got Boston on Tuesday and Atlanta on the 23rd, April 23rd.
That went by quick, man.
Quick. We was just in Philly. We did Philly 2 nights ago. Philly was off the chain. We had a sold-out show in New York, then we came here for a sold-out show, then we did Nashville, back here to Chicago, and then Philly. So 7 cities, but it's the warm-up. We got some big dreams that we putting together, but Chicago, man, it was hard not to cry the whole show. Like really, really hard, because you know how much you put into it, but then you also know how much others put into you, and it's folk that was in the audience from my grade school. Like, man, my teacher, Mr. Jones from Emmanuel Christian School, was in the house, and Miss Walker, and then I went to Foster Park too. So I grew up on the South Side, and then my brother went to Lindblom, and my brother Virgil, big shout out to Virgil, and Virgil Griffin, and then after he went to high school in the city, my mom was like, you ain't going to high school in the city. So we moved out to the burbs, and I went to Riss Central. So it was folk from Riss Central in the house. Miss Argue, my English teacher who made me do my first show, was there. My mama, my cousins, my brothers. Like it was just a family affair. And my in-laws, like everybody was there, and it was just nothing but love and joy in the room. And that to do what you love to do in a room like that, the energy was on 10,000. Like it was just a beautiful feeling. And Tari Teray, she rocked it. She opened it up. Y'all ain't heard her album, Catching Feelings. Go get that. May's got the joint on right there. That's Tari right there, Catching Feelings. And she rocked it, and we rocked together. We have it's 11 of us on stage, so we got the full band.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, and the full band includes the lead brass player for for Silk Sonic.
Silk Sonic.
Mo Better.
Yeah, Maurice Mo Better Brown from Chicago, Chi-Town.
Who actually appeared on the Maze Jackson show, if you all remember, a while back.
Yeah, also a Grammy Award winner, producer, trumpet player. So if y'all ever see Silk Sonic, he the one that's driving that energy. Or if you see Anderson .Paak, he toured with him as well. He been bouncing between our tour and Anderson .Paak's tour. So or Pac, I always say it wrong. Which one is it, y'all?
You know we black, right?
Yeah. Don't nobody want to answer.
We be like Silk Sonic, man. Right?
All right, Silk Sonic. All right. So yeah, so it's man, it's an amazing show. So I mean, if y'all feel froggy and want to jump, 23rd, man, come on down to Atlanta or Boston. People been flying. That's been the beautiful part. Like even in Philly, like people came in from New York and Delaware and Jersey and other parts of Pennsylvania. Folk at the Chicago show, folk were coming in from all over. So people been traveling to come to see the show, which is like amazing to me. I'm like, damn, like we got us something special here, you know.
You do.
So yeah.
Tell me about the relationship between you and your wife, just a little bit, because we seen the show the other day, and she had to.
Yeah.
Come on, Jay.
Yeah. I always crack the joke about y'all remember Chappelle's show. And, you got the wrap it up button. Tired my wrap it up button,
Definitely.
When I get to talking too long, she just starts singing, It's like, it's time to go.
Yeah.
But y'all, she's absolutely a gift, man. I remember back in the day, I was, when I was going through in that spell, I was going through it and grieving, and we were together and we had broken up. And then I remember praying to God, and I was like, man, this industry is challenging.
To say the least.
You deal with a lot of different energy, and you have to protect yourself and be mindful and conscious of what you're dealing with. And I remember praying to God. I was like, man, God, I need protection. And what I heard back was, I sent you her, And she's always been that. She's always been that protection, that light, that love, that guiding light, that voice in my ear. I'm moving in this direction. She like, baby, you need to do this. Like even with this album, like I had another album that was already done, but it sonically it was it's a dope album, super dope album, but it's a different vibe. And she was like, nah, it ain't time for that vibe yet. You need to do something different. You need to continue what you did. My last album was nominated. Catching Dreams was nominated. She was like, you need to continue on that, sonically continue on that route before you go over there. And I'm like, nah, but this is done. I'm like, we ain't got time to do no album. We only got like 2 months before, the album got to be out before, it can qualify. She like, you need to do another album. So I did another album. And we won a Grammy, and she co-produced it and wrote and sang and is featured on the album. So she that's just one example of the rock that she's been in my life and the best friend that she's been in my life, and the when you lay down at night, man, you want to, you the man and all that, but you want to feel guarded and protected. And when I lay down next to her, that's what I feel.
Amen. Go ahead, look at that, Jay. Now I'm gonna hit you. I gotta hit you with it. But before I hit you with it, tell me, what would you say was the most pivotal moment in your career?
Man, the most pivotal moment was that first time Miss Argue made me do that show. Like it was that 17-year-old, 16 going on 17-year-old kid who was lost and who didn't know what his purpose was. And I found myself on a stage because this teacher made me do this show. And this scared kid who felt broken and abandoned and lost and unseen and unheard, in that moment, when I finished performing and saw this room full of people standing up clapping for me, my life changed. And it was just the most magical feeling that just took over me. And ever since that moment, I've been looking to capture that feeling again. So Ms. Argue, man, to all the teachers out there, but Ms. Argue specifically, you know, she changed my life. And she's just been such an important person in my life. So to me, that was the most pivotal moment, because everything that came after was domino effect of that moment.
Man, y'all, give it up for Jay Ivy. He is in the building.
Yeah.
Now Jay, because this is my final broadcast.
Man.
Like, it's been a almost a 4-year run. You know, I was thinking about when you came the last time, you performed in a little room.
Yeah.
Right? And we thought we had something. We thought we was cracking.
Yeah.
But Jay, I can't let you get out of here.
Come on.
I can't let you get out of here without giving me Never Let Me Down.
Come on.
I need that in my life. Because I wake up, I play that song literally every single morning. When y'all be like, man, would you start the broadcast? I'd be like, Reese, we can't go till I hear the rest of the song. Never, ever. And if I So, Jay, I'm going to get my camera out because I know we recording, but I'm going to get my own camera out because I want my own Black history, and I need you. Can I humbly ask that you would do Never Let Me Down before you leave?
Absolutely, man. I just want to say this before I even perform it. We have pillars in our community. We have superheroes in our community. We have superstars in our community. We have thought leaders, and we have people who are committed and dedicated to pushing our people forward and making sure that we're good and that we're seen and that we're heard and that we're being the best versions of ourselves. In other words, they're inspiration. And Mays Jackson has always been an inspiration, one of my biggest inspirations. And I just want to thank you for always being there, for always doing what you do, for always being a visionary. And there are a lot of visionaries that don't follow up and push through with their visions. Mays has always seen the vision through. So I just want to thank you for always, being you, Mays Jack, and always putting the people first and making sure that the people are seen and heard. And yeah, man, we love you, bro. Love you, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Come on, man.
Love you back.
Hey, so this for Mays Jack. Whenever you hear me say get up, I get
down.
Oh, shoot, let's go. Get up, I get
down.
Get up, I get
down.
Get up, I get
down.
We all here for a reason on a particular path. You don't need a curriculum to know that you're a part of the math. Cats think I'm delirious, but I'm so damn serious. That's why I expose my soul to the globe, the world. I'm trying to make it better for these little boys and girls. I'm not just another individual. My spirit is a part of this. That's why I get spiritual. But I get my hymns from him, so it's not me, it's he that's lyrical. I'm not a miracle. I'm a heaven-sent instrument. My rhythmic regiment navigates melodic notes to your soul and your mental. That's why I'm instrumental. Vibrations is what I'm into. My loop by rent day, but that ain't what gives me the heart of Kunta Kinte. I'm trying to give us free like Sinke. I can't stop. That's why I'm hot. Determination, dedication, motivation. I'm talking to you, my many inspirations. When I say I can't lay you or self down, if I want the highest cliff, on the highest rift, and you slipped off the side and clinched onto your life in my grip, I would never, ever let you down. And when these words are found, let it be known that God's penmanship has been signed with a language called love. That's why my breath is felt by the deaf, and why my words are heard and confined to the ears of the blind. I too dream in color and in rhyme, so I guess I'm one of a kind in a full house, because whenever I open my heart, my soul, or my mouth, whenever we open our hearts, our souls, or our mouths, a touch of God reigns out. Get up, I get
down.
Get up, I get
down.
Get up, I get
down.
Hey.
Hey, y'all, that is Jay Ivy in the building. Hey, man, I know we got to get up out of here in a minute, but it ain't through. It ain't through. It ain't through. So y'all hold fast. DJ Riis, take us to break. When we come back, I got to talk to Kobe. I got to talk to Will Calloway, and I got to talk to Alderman David Moore before we get out of here. Oh, and I got to say something. I got to get my wife on here. Because y'all know that.
Kevin.
Y'all know that. Y'all know that the Lions Den is 4 hours a day for me. And the other 21, she's in it because they always trying to make her wear what I say. And so, part of this exodus is because she sacrificed so much for me, right? And it's like, I got to put some time back, right? Get up at 4 o'clock every day means I go to sleep early, means I'm in the chair asleep before it's time to watch a good movie, right? We go to the movies, I'm sleeping in the movie theater, the whole thing. And so, I want to make sure that we acknowledge all of the people, right? And I want to talk to all the big willies, but I do need to make sure that I show my wife some love too. So look, Jay Ivy, I'm going to tell you what, man. I was very nervous. Just because you don't want to get told no. You just pray that nobody changes on you, right? Yeah. And you never change.
It's always
right?
just, Maze.
You never
always
change.
Just.
You never change, right? And when I was like, when you saw us at the place, you was like, Maze Jack. And when it was time to take a picture, come on, take the picture. And when I was leery to ask you to come on the show, right? And you hit me up and was like, wait, the show is over?
I saw the post. I was like, last show. I'm like, hold on, what? What do you mean?
And so, man, brother, I just want to tell you how much it means for me to know a Grammy Award-winning artist that ain't forget and still show the love. Now, Jay, I know we ain't as big as City Winery, right? But this facility, this facility is built for artists like yourself. It's for our members, but it's for artists like yourself. And so I don't know if I ain't got no City Winery budget, but we got to try and get you and Tari here to do a show.
It's a vibe here, too.
It is a vibe, and you should see it in the evening. If you're around tomorrow, you should come tomorrow night because it's like the live music, the vibe, the whole thing. But, man, brother, if there's anything else that we can do, I say all the time, I just want to be a part of your success. And it's so great to know that you feel like we were a part of it, and I'm grateful that you were willing to come here today. Y'all give Jay Ivy a big round of applause. Riis, take us to break, and when we come back, we gonna get Kobe, we gonna get Will Calloway, we gonna get Alderman David. You gotta go now? Okay, well, we gonna get who can make it, and then we gonna talk to my beautiful and lovely wife, Carrie Steele, and we gonna wrap it up. Hey, y'all let me just make sure I acknowledge another legend in the house, right? It's my dude, Vince Bass, right?
Yeah, VB. V to the B.
Vince is my conscience, right? I got a devil. I'm born with the revenge devil on this show.
Not the revenge devil.
A revenge devil. And Vince is my voice of reason all the time.
Yeah.
And has always been solid in the space. And so I think about how we all met, man.
Yeah.
And it's like I wouldn't have known you if it wasn't for Vince Bass, who was doing the full moon poetry. And I kept saying, I'm not coming to that, man. Poetry is soft. But it is. I'm grateful for all of y'all. I'm grateful for my history in Chicago. And Jay, I'm grateful for you being here, and I'm grateful for being a part of your life as well. Look, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to get these last set of interviews, and then we're going to say goodbye to our audience. I am feeling a certain way. Hey, I also see in the back of the room my man, Double J. Double J, raise your hand.
Double J.
Double J. You all hear me talk about politics, and you hear me talk about, a lot of the things that I have learned in this political game also came from Double J. He was the first person to give me the checkbook right? Like most of the times when you're the black kid on the campaign, you could be the campaign manager, but you ain't touching the checkbook. John was the first person to give me the checkbook. And y'all know about me and my friends, right? I don't deny my friends. So my friends are my friends are my friends are my friends. So I could not acknowledge him for being in the building today as well. Shout out to my man, Big Swill. Y'all know, first of all,
Big Swill.
Y'all know. Now I want to encourage you all today to pay. So this is my side. I want to encourage y'all to patronize Big Swill's side before you get up out of here. Support his black business. But y'all know I wouldn't have been Maze Jackson in Chicago. When I first came here, man, people was like, we ain't hearing none of that. And Big Swill was like, oh, we gonna do it. And I'd be like, I don't know, man. And he'd be like, man, we going in that joint. We finna do it. And the Chicago scene would not give us a space, and so we made a space. Big Swill always had my back and my front, and we still together to this time. So I just, it's so many people that have poured into me. Shout out to Terry Winston in the building, who put me in my first publication when she had Salon Sense magazine. I got to acknowledge all my BP1 people. I see my brother Tyrone Muhammad. He probably somewhere biting my clothes style because he want to be fresh like me. All right, y'all. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back after these messages.
The Maze Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Life is a marathon, a maze of magic and mystery. On our quest to make our mark on history, we're sometimes troubled by the terrain. It's tough, but the aim remains the same. The mountaintop, the podium, breaking through the tape at the end of the race, in spite of the pain.
I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. My feet don't get tired, but my feet don't get tired.
Giving up, what's that? Life out how you running in circles, man, what track? We on the go as soon as our feet in the ground make contact. In fact, each step taken might not be exact, but we grow through the pain of every bruise, every scratch. Don't trip. Get those knees up, don't skip. Run through the competition, the division, your mind's negative dimensions. Don't let your doubts weigh you down. Fear suffocating every time that it's found. Don't put matter over your mind. Breathe your dream, catch a second wind, move closer to your finish lines. With each rep, better your time, your grind, don't be alarmed. You in the final stretch, man, pump those arms. Kill that noise, remember your joy, your passion. Look at the distance you pass, and I'm asking. It's exhausting, but what ain't? Show them you can when they think that you can't. You ain't got no restraints. Your DNA is a gift. Kick, rock, roll, hop on your hips, grip your game, lift your game. It's a beautiful mission. Your song plays alone, the body listens. The effects are stunning. One foot in front of the next, your steps keep drumming. Your heartbeat beats to the rhythm. All you gotta do is keep running.
I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. My feet don't get tired, but my feet don't get tired.
Keep moving your feet, even when you feel weak. Don't look to the ground, that's a part of defeat. Stop looking around, focus hard on the beat. Your heart racing you now, but you win every week. Another day, another dollar, but it got you wondering if life is a gift and you're on the list, then what did you miss? It's gotta be more, can't always be this. See, you can either quit or make excuses how you used to be a part of the race. Now you running in place, feeling disgrace. Your pride is erased, now you hiding your face. Look, when I'm on the case, see, I don't know nobody stronger than you. You continue, be as great as you can. Stick to a plan. Don't worry who sees you, they might not understand. Not a word that you're saying, but observing you plan. And be certain when saying,
I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. My feet don't get tired, but my feet don't get tired.
In modern day, bad karma is calling itself God.
and trying to control existence, killing Mother Nature's beauty and purpose. So when fear losing sight, focus on accurate perception of reality and let it strengthen mental capacity and help nurture and maintain spiritual inner peace. No matter how the odds look, truth first, always. To my walking dead, the playwright Shakespeare once said, rage to the dying of a light. We must maintain a moral compass.
I keep on running, but my feet don't get tired. I don't know what you did, but you did it right. Girl, you make it look so easy. Everywhere you go, heads turning left and right. Can't say you a dime, you're a 20-piece. 'Cause girl, you're the reason I be acting funny. Everything in me telling me don't let you get away. And all the guys looking like they wanna love you. Every day I'm your body, got not over my dead body. Why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good? With your hair done, nail done, when you put that grown on. Why you gotta look so good, 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 good? With your hair done, nail done, when you put that grown on, girl. Why you gotta look so good? I can look and see you're not an average chick. You're shutting it down everywhere you go. Girl, I want you as bad as I want a check. 'Cause you're sexy from head to toe. Girl, you're the reason I be acting funny. Everything in me telling me don't let you get away. And all the guys looking like they wanna love you. Every day I'm your body, got not over my dead body. Why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good? With your hair done, nail done, when you put your grown on. It's something about you when you put your grown on. Oh, when you're waking up straight out of bed, girl, why you gotta look so good? Oh, when you're at the job just taking a break, girl, why you gotta look so good? In the club turning up, why you gotta look so good? On the dance floor giving more. Why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good? Girl, you know you be killing them when you be getting your own woman. No, why you gotta look so good? With your hair done, your nails done, when you put that grown on, girl, why you gotta look so good? Girl, why you gotta look so good? Why you gotta look so good?
Check, 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 check. Do
Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. 'Cause I don't want my boat to be right. Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. Oh, no, no, 'cause I don't want my boat to be right. I'm telling you just, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I like it like this. Keep this just like this. And you should know by now. I like it. I like it like I like it. I like it like I like it. I like it like I like it like this. Yeah. Satisfy my soul. By my soul. Oh yeah. Satisfy my soul. Every little action. Satisfy my soul. It's a reaction. Satisfy my soul. Can't you see what you've done for me? Oh yeah, I'm happy inside.
You make me feel like a sweet steak when I watch out. Can't you see? You must believe me. Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling, calling. Can't you see? Why won't you believe me? Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling, calling. When I meet you around the corner, oh, I said, baby, never let me be alone. 'Cause when you hold me tight, you make me feel alright. Yes, when you hold me tight, you make me feel alright. Can't you see? You must believe me. Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling, calling. Can't you see? Why won't you believe me? Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling, calling. Satisfy my soul. Satisfy my soul. Satisfy my soul. Satisfy my soul. That's all I want you to do. That's all I beg from you. Satisfy my soul. Hey y'all, can y'all do me a solid and come on back? Grab your seats. We only got a little while left. I know people got to run up, but if y'all could come in and fill out, that would be great. Hey y'all, if y'all could do us a solid and come on, fill in the seats. Please bring the people, fill in the seats, fill in the seats. Erica, can you bring me some orange juice too? Picture. I could have turned this into a birthday song too. Happy birthday. And I forgot to let y'all know. All right, so let me do this. You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show, y'all. And, you know, it's kind of like I don't want it to end, but the battery on this phone, on this iPad is going to make it end anyway. I must tell you that I am overwhelmed by the pouring of love. Thank you to everybody who has taken their time out today to come out and hang out with us. You know what? This morning, one of the first people in this building was Sybil Jackson. Y'all know she drove all the way from Milwaukee to be here this morning. I have been wondering if I counted. And it's like you all have continued to prove. You can bring right here. I wondered if I counted, and you all continued to prove it. And you have shown me so much love today. And so I'm getting nervous because it is getting close to the end. I do know what I'm going to do Monday. I'm going to sleep. But this is something I've been doing for almost 7 years. I don't know if y'all saw the young man, Dominique, who was here. He came with his mom, Brandy. His dad texted me and said, man, I can't be there for your last show. But my son has been listening to you since we drove him to nursery school his entire life. And when he found out that you was ending, he had to be here. You know, you can't see. We look at social media and we see the people that you can see the names and the comments, but you don't really realize the people because there's not a lot all the time that you could put faces to the names. But I got to tell you, man, I feel a certain way today. I feel a super amount of love, a super amount of I'm just overwhelmed with emotion. I ain't gonna cry. But if I did, if there was a moment to make me cry, this farewell show would be it. But as we talk about what's going on in this world, y'all know I told y'all about the time I went to Harvey to go moderate a candidate forum. And I went to go moderate a candidate forum in Harvey where only one person showed up. Well, one candidate for mayor showed up. But in the process, we met quite a few people. And at the end of the show, at the end of the debate, I believe Brother Devin came to me with this young lady. And he said, man, you got to meet her. She's running for alderman. And I was like, okay, hey. But she was so dynamic. She was so outspoken. She was so vivacious. She had so much personality. Plus, she was taller than a mug. At the end of the conversation, I said, come to the show because we're going to support you. And then I told y'all about what happened to me, right? So I described going to Harvey, and I described the different kind of blocks that I saw. I called them, I don't know if I said them, I called them odd. Now, odd means different. Don't mean bad, it just means different than the norm. But then got this, you know me and Twitter don't do well together. But I saw this tweet talking about Mays Jackson is a da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and you need to come to Harvey to educate, and we'll educate you. I was like, on Harvey? But you know how I feel about tweeters and people telling me what to do. I'm open to have a dialogue with anybody. But it only made me that much more determined to raise the profile of this sister who clearly has been a lifelong Harvey resident and has been putting in the work in her community. And just this past Tuesday, I think somebody else got educated. Because we are now sitting with the second ward of Harvey, Alderman-elect
Thank y'all so
Kobe
much.
Chapman.
Thank you. Seriously.
And so I want to take a quick moment because I got to wrap, but I did not want to not talk to you today. So first of all, congratulations on your victory. I'm super proud of you. We are super proud of you, and we want to make sure that you don't forget the cause of what's in it for the black people. Now, I know you got to represent your whole constituency, but hopefully you were here for Juan's conversation so you can understand our part. But I just want you to introduce yourself to the people. Tell them who you are. Tell them what you do, and then tell them kind of what we can expect from you as the soon-to-be appointed. When do you get sworn in?
May 8th.
Okay. May 8th. There, y'all. We might have to put that on the calendar. You having a party?
We gonna do something.
Okay, so we expect that we coming too. But hey, y'all, welcome to the Mays Jackson. Welcome back to the Mays Jackson Show. Second Ward Alderman in Harvey, Kobe Chapman. How are you doing, sis? How you feeling?
You know what? I'm so thankful, Mays. First of all, I want to thank you for proactively provoking your passion for black people and for edifying and amplifying our voices, giving us a voice, opening up a pathway so that we can talk unapologetically about how we feel, what we need to do to be in connectivity, and how we can be solution-based. So thank you, brother, for being a star for all of us and a shining and gleaming example of what we all can do if we put our mind to it.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate that. I literally done got my flowers today. I feel good. But this interview is about you. So I want you to tell everybody what was the numbers. Break it down, because I couldn't find it on the Board of Election site. So talk to me. What was the votes?
We were at 303 votes, and we blew it out the water, y'all. And it's only a testament to God. 4 years ago, I ran for a second ward alderman, and I fell short by 82 votes. And 4 years later, I look back and reflect. It was truly just a teachable moment. God will show up and show out when he wants you to, not when you want you to. And so I'm walking in his sufficient grace. It's so funny because when the city of Harvey was first founded by Harvey Turleton and Christian Moody, it was founded as a temporary settlement. So this was a blue-collar community of folk who just wanted to come together, serve God, raise good families, make a decent living wage, and feel protected. And so we're going back like the Sankofa bird. We're going back to our roots to know where we're going in our future. I'm going to be a shiro for our community. I ain't just talking about it. I'm going to be about it.
Hey, they like that. We like that phrase around here.
And I'm just so excited to be the first black woman in the city of Harvey's second ward since 1891 to be elected in this position.
Make some noise, make some noise, make some noise.
I truly say it humbly. I'm, taking the lowest seat in the House because at the end of the day, the constituency spoke, and I'm here to serve them. And it's just not about the second ward; it's about the city of Harvey as a whole. And I'm very excited to be collaborative in my approach, to diversify, to put inclusion first, show young black girls what they can be within the city of Harvey. It's great things, and although our community looks like despair, I see so much hope. Y'all just stick around. Harvey is on the precipice of everything great, and I certainly intend to edify it.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Now, did we establish this? Is Harvey the capital of the Southland?
Harvey World, y'all already know that. Harvey World is the transportation, distribution, and logistics of the Southland. That's why we are the city of Harvey. And that's shout out to all the surrounding communities and all the folks who, stepped up to the plate. God placed them in position this past Tuesday, April 4th, from the city of Chicago through the city of Harvey in the Southland. I'm excited to be in position to just connect and be a part of a bigger picture of changing lives and putting social action first.
All right, so what's your first thing you're going to do when you get off?
Well, the very first thing is connectivity. From an open transparency standpoint, we just really have not had a block-by-block mentality. There are about 117 blocks across the second ward, and we got Gauger needs to know Lathrop. Lathrop has to know Myrtle. Myrtle got to know Vine. Lexington got to know Turleton. Turleton got to pull up to Broadway. The whole goal is really collaboration over competition. Too often we are separated in our community. So I want to bring in an opportunity, really leveraging social media too as a medium to connect the dots. We really have a public safety issue. And so those are some of the root things, day one, Tuesday, May 9th, to focus in on what are the areas that have the highest crimes and what do we need to do to pop up on those blocks on foot and get the people a part of being engaged in a community. I always like to say it that, the city of Harvey just doesn't look cute. You wouldn't go eat at McDonald's if an eyelash hair fell into your french fries. So why would anybody pull up to live or dine or play in a community that does not look good? When you look good, you feel good. So we're going to clean the city up. We're going to brighten it up. We're going to make it back to the good old days as I once knew it when I grew up on Lexington, better known as LEX. And I just want to restore it. Bring that connection, community, camaraderie, and change, and allow people to see the difference with Kobe Chapman.
Now, I know you just got elected, but you talking pretty jazzy. You got any other political aspirations? Are we going to be looking at you somewhere else in the near future?
You know what? Whatever God has in store, and with this village behind me, we going to put it on for what's in it for the black people.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. So, look. I heard you. Now we are really physical. We are physically an organization, so we want you to be a member. We want you to join us. We want you to be us in our meetings, and then eventually we want you to be one of the people that's in our Southland chapter, if not running our Southland chapter. No, you can't. I got Cassandra. But no. So anyway, I want to connect the dots, though. I want to make sure that we're all connected. Kobe, is there anything you want to tell the people before we go?
Maze, keep being a visionary for us all. I'm following your pathway. Like I just told my soror back there, I'm so thankful to both of you all for pouring into me and just being a vessel, standing in the gap, as you know. And y'all keep me in prayer. Keep me lifted in prayer. This is a godly movement. I'm open to working. I'm open to listening. I don't know everything. I simply don't. I woke up on Wednesday. I called my auntie. I said, Auntie, what I'm supposed to be doing? And shout out to my parents, Deronda, my mother, Charles, my father, my auntie Joyce. You all poured so much into me, friends and family. I could not have done this, Lanier, Miss Jackie. I couldn't have done any of this without any of you all. So this is really all about collaboration and coming together and showing folks what community looks like. So thank you all so much.
All right, y'all. That is Kobe Chapman, 2nd Ward Alderman. Thank you very much. Look, I'm going to switch you out now, and I'm going to bring up Will Calloway. Did I see Will Calloway back in the building? You want to come say a couple words real quick? I got about 2 more minutes, and then I'm going to bring my wife up because I got to wrap this up. I see, and y'all know what? I probably did not give my sis, Tamiko Holt, the props. Do y'all know that Tamiko built the studio? Do y'all know that Tamiko built the studio, the What's in It for the Black People studio? I remember when I had the vision, right? And I was like, you can't put a window right there. And she was like, yes, you can. And I said, I don't know if you really can. And she did it. And you know me, I'm a little male chauvinistic. So I was like, I don't know if these girls around here women around here talking about what they gonna do. Y'all, when we started What's in It for the Black People, a lot of times when stuff fell down, it would be 2 of us. Now we've grown to a much bigger organization and we got a lot of people to spread out. But when in the original spaces, when it was the What's in It for the Black People cookout, when things need to be done, right? I knew that if I didn't have nobody, I could call Tamiko and she would make it happen. And we have grown something that has really, really gone further than I ever expected. And I'll never forget when this lady pulled up in I think it was a Suburban. She had about 20 cases of water, potato chips, meat, all type of stuff. And I was like, who is this lady? And every time we needed something, here she come pulling up. I remember when we had to move the What's in It for the Black People cookout from outside to inside. And this lady came up and she was unloading the car. And I'm like, I don't even know who this is. And she was like, don't worry, I just got it. Miss Nidra Dokes in the building. Shout out to Nidra in the back. Look, y'all know the only reason I'm not letting Tyrone come on is because he'll talk too long and then I won't be able to say bye to y'all. I won't get my wife in. But one of the people, I just want to tell you, he ruined one of my dreams. That's how we met, right? Because he came in and busted up my run for state representative. But since that, he's been probably one of the most loyal brothers that I could talk to when things go down or when things are around. So I want to give a big shout out to Tyrone Muhammad that's in the building too. Can't forget the first black elected official ever elected from What's in It for the Black People, Brother Edward Steve that's in the building. Tammy and Tom, who was part of the original What's in It for the Black People crew. Shout out to, I see my man Dre out there. Dre, man, y'all don't know behind the scenes. Dre I ain't going to tell you because you got to stay behind the scenes, so I ain't going to tell you too much, right? But always there to support. I see my Director of Governmental Affairs in the building, Regina Gibson, who every time we need to get a hold of somebody, she is probably one of the smoothest operators that nobody really realizes. Also sitting in the back corner to the right. Not what you looking the other way for. I'm talking about you. You. Big John Austin. You hear me talk about him all the time on the morning show, right? Because Big John Austin is, like if I had a deacon board, Big John would be the head of the deacon board, right? Your armor bearers, right? The people that make sure you straight. I can't tell you how many times I done came into the station and he done slid something underneath the door, whether it's a note of encouragement, a check. And I always say, man, I don't want your money. He say, man, God gonna bless me back. And so who am I to tell him what the relationship with him and his Lord is, right? And so I cannot, it's people like John who give you the motivation to keep it going. Shout out to Cecilia Butler in the back. Look, man, I'm going to be running around here. Everybody in here from What's in it for the Black People, BP1, raise your hand. Now, then, on top of that, I want y'all to clap for yourselves. Jack, I see you over there, too. Hey, Kenya. So, yeah, I told y'all I was on the radio. I happened to be filling in on the radio the day that we saw the Laquan McDonald tape. And I had 2 cups of coffee, 2 giant with extra espresso shots, and I was on 200. And I snapped off, and we was going off, and I remember then afterwards we mobilized to go make a plan to march on Michigan Avenue. And if you think about it, the Laquan McDonald tape set the city on a different direction. The Laquan McDonald tape is what made Rahm Emanuel decide that he couldn't run again, right? Because he didn't want to lose. With $20 million in the bank, he was scared he was going to lose. And then, over the course of time, man, I realized that this was part of the hard work of one of the young brothers that has been out here fighting for us. And, you know, I give people the business all the time, right? There are a lot of young activists that I be like, we got to get them in a different space, etc. But this brother has been genuine from the day I met him, and I have been proud of the work that he has put in. And he has never stopped being a freedom fighter since the first day that I met him. And I couldn't let him be in the building because I've been watching him on social media. And I was like, I thought he was, when I saw him walking the door, I was like, you supposed to be in Hawaii? I thought you was in Hawaii, man, celebrating. And when I saw him walking the door, I just thought it would be too tough for us to not at least give him an opportunity to say something. Hey, in the building, y'all give a big round of applause to William Calloway. Will, I wanted to invite you up because I wanted to, first of all, publicly acknowledge that you have helped change the direction of the city of Chicago. And secondly, man, I want to encourage. I want to be encouraging, and I want to be able to be helpful. But you got new stuff going on, man. So I want to know what you're doing now, where you're going, and, you know, give us just a little bit of background on what you're doing now, though, where you started and where you're going now. Because, man, I see you praying all over the world. You got people doing their thing. What's up, man?
Okay. Hey, Sister Jackson, if I go over time, just let me know so I can get up because I don't want no problems. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for what you've been doing. One thing I want to say about Maze, because I don't have a lot of time, is it's a proverb in the Bible. It says, a friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for a time of adversity. A friend is always loyal, and a brother is born to help in time of need. When I ran for, how many of y'all know I ran for office before? I had ran for alderman last in 2019. It was some static that they said about me. I was homophobic. And they was really trying to whitewash me in that. But May showed up. Wiffable showed up. And I'm really grateful for that. I never forgot that, and that really humbled me. And a lot of people try to ostracize you when some controversy happens or write a letter about you. So I'm really grateful for you, bro.
Thank you, bro.
And thank you for always giving us a platform to come up and speak on issues too. All the activists, even the ones you don't really like.
I love everybody.
So I'm grateful. But yeah, what was your question?
I'm gonna tell you what, you ain't gonna be able to cut Sister Jackson off because I'm running out of battery.
Yeah.
So tell us what you're doing right now, what you got going on, and how can we support you?
Yeah, we have a program called Passports for Peace. We identifying at-risk community members that's 18 to 30 years old. They either been victims of gun violence or have firearm offenses. We getting them together and acclimated with housing assistance, food assistance, therapy, credit restoration, just to funnel them out of the streets. As of right now, on the 71st Street corridor, hasn't been any gun violence for the past 90 days.
That's right.
So We've been taking them out of town on different excursions to different cities. We just left Honolulu. We was there for a week. We're going to 4 other major U.S. cities over the next 10 weeks. So I look forward to doing that, and I'll keep y'all abreast.
Hey, look, you tell us how we keep you. Hey, man, we got same numbers. Just let me know how I can help and how I can be helpful. I have a little free time on my hands.
Okay, we'll do. Thank you.
Hey, y'all, Will Calloway, man. He reshaped and redirected the city of Chicago, man. Don't underestimate the work that brother did. Hey, Will, unless you want me to use it. All right, y'all. And I figured I couldn't end this show any better way than acknowledging my queen. You know, when she married me, I mean, I worked hard, y'all. I worked hard. But when she married me, I was at the I was still lobbying. I was at the top of the game. I was doing my thing. I had to have my car, my whip. I was doing it. And maybe a month after we got married, I was on the bad list, where I was the target. I had offended the Speaker of the House. I had offended the Cook County Board President, and then I was involved in this Ken Duncan race that we went from here to here on the totem pole, and anything that anybody could do to get me, they did. But because of where I sat in the space, it was difficult to get me, so they often tried to take it out on my wife. Whether it was they were trying to enslave her, whether they were trying to, people, if she liked a post that I had on Facebook, somebody would be like, "You're supporting him," right? And it turned into a point where it was like, babe, I'd be like, don't even like the page, don't even like the, but can I tell you, except for one day, never one time, well, except for one time, and it was the day she was going into slating.
Oh, yeah.
And she was like, I got to sit in front of these people. Can you please not cook them today, right? But and I think I might have still
That was the real Lions Den.
Right. And I'm going to tell you,
for me,
it means something to have someone who will support you even when it doesn't do the best for them. And sometimes I'm for the world, and y'all be good, get him, man, get him, man. Every time I do that, she could potentially pay a price. And I'm going to tell you, she never, ever, ever, realistically ever asked me to stop. And I feel like it's important that you all know that my wife has always supported me. She don't always agree with me. And she really don't agree with the tactics that I use sometimes. She's a way different operator. She just is. She figures out a way to get along with everybody. And I'm going to tell you, every time I talk, when you know somebody and you see him, you talk to him every day, and then you see him at work, and you be like, damn, you really are smart. You really are. No, I'm saying she's a chemist, but when she is now the president of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation, but when I see her, I be like, damn, I won. But I did not, and I could not.
And y'all like,
I could not end this show without acknowledging my rock, my rib, my champion, my cheerleader, whenever I got an issue, I remember when I caught COVID. And when I caught COVID, I don't even know how to explain to you all of the things that she did and went out of her way to make sure that I was secure, and she wound up having COVID. But I could not be here. I could not have done this without the support and the love of my wife. And so today I just wanted to make sure that I gave her flowers in front of everybody. Not these, though. No. These are mine. This is my stuff. But I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge my wife to everybody. Y'all do me a solid. Give my wife a round of applause. Because the reality is, she has sacrificed as much as me, if not more, because I get up every day at 4 o'clock, which means that I'm trying to be at the house at 6 o'clock. Don't nobody want to be in the house at 6 o'clock. We want to go out to dinner. We want to go out and have fun. We want to enjoy life as well. And since we've been married, I've been doing this thing, right? I've been up every morning, out the door, man, taking care of, running to everybody's issue, taking on everybody's will, sometimes to the neglect of my family. You know, you talk about so many freedom fighters and their families often suffer because because they so busy out in the world that they sometimes tell their family that they got to hold up because they got to take care of things. And so I just wanted to physically and in front of everybody tell you how much I appreciate and how much I love you and how much I'm grateful for you never stopping me from doing or following my mission. And I just wanted to tell you I love you. Why are you laughing?
Because you look so serious. Thank you.
I'm
Thank
dead.
you, man.
I am. I'm dead serious. So, babe, what we gonna do now that we wrapping this up? I'm gonna need a week to sleep and catch up.
We're
But
gonna go out to eat. We're gonna, sleep in. But no, I don't even really think this is goodbye. So people, everyone's like, is he for real? Is he serious? The relationships we've built with the people in this room, it's not goodbye. It's see you later. Because we're going to see everyone later. We're still going to be fighting for the cause. It just won't be televised, which it shouldn't be. It should have never been, in my opinion. Sometimes too much was said publicly, which is why we're different. And I don't know any relationship where everyone agrees 100% or does everything the exact same way. So I rock with him. I support him. I thank you all for doing the same. I don't know. This has been a great ride. And I don't think it's going to be over. And I'm going to stop because I'm a softie. The older I get, the more emotional I get. I don't get it. Like, when I was young, I never cried. Now it's all, it's all emotional. But I love you all. I thank you. We'll never try to say individual names because I'll forget someone. But this has been a movement. And everything Mesa said, it's no need for me to repeat it. But you all know, and I think everyone has recognized how people would be whispering, like, what about black people? And now they're saying it proud. And because they started saying it proudly, then it turned into something else. So we just know what we got to do.
Hey,
so let's keep going.
That's the one and only. That is my beautiful and lovely wife, Carrie Steele. Y'all, I'm going to tell you, it's about time. Where's my man Ness? You got his song? Where my man Ness at? He over there eating grits. I hope he ain't got grits and potatoes in his mouth. Because I don't think that we can end this show.
Can I say one more thing? Have you all ever seen someone to be able to get, I swear at least 200 people have come throughout this event this morning. Have you all ever seen someone who could get that many people out before 7 in the morning?
Thank y'all. Is Ness back there? Is Ness here? Come on, man. Yes. All right, so, baby, I love you. Hey, turn it up. Now, I'm going to take this off because you're going to have to use this. So, look, y'all. Turn this mic off, Riis. So, look, y'all. Sitting in the chair next to me is the author of our theme song. Now, every time he come to the meeting, every time he come here, I be like, you got to perform. You got to do the song. He like, man, I just came to chill. But this is Ness.
Yo, how y'all feeling?
You can stand up if you want to. And I think this is, you got it?
I'll get the.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to move around.
Just take it.
Okay. All right, then we're going to move around then. I thought you wanted to sit down and talk for a minute.
No, I don't want to talk. I'm going to introduce you. Because I'm running out of battery life, too. So, first of all, Ness is the husband of Janess, you might know as misinterpreted. You might hear me say what your name is. If you ever see me in my what's in it for the black people camouflage jersey, but every day always supporting me has been this family. And one morning I got an inbox, and it was the theme song. I immediately said that has to be the theme song to the Maze Jackson Show. Y'all, this is Ness, better known as the Loch Ness Monster. Make some noise for him real quick.
Appreciate y'all.
You doing 2 or 1?
What you want me to do, 2 or 1?
You got Terry. Let's get 2. Let's do 2. I'm gonna get the camera ready for you. So get ready. Look, y'all, we about to close this show. Where you gonna stand?
I'm gonna be over here.
Okay, you gonna stand over there? All right, I'm gonna bring the camera over there. Look, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show, where every single day we ask the question, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them. Maze said. All right, y'all. Now up next, it is Ness doing his thing. Give me a second, Riis, so I can get the camera on him. I want to thank everybody who showed up today. Hey, Tracy, I see you in the back, too. Look, I can't say everybody, because if I don't say everybody's name, I'm going to be mad.
Thanking everybody. I'm with you.
Okay. Oh. So anyway, y'all, thank everybody who came out today. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. This is, as Carrie said, not goodbye. It is see you later. Be on the lookout for the podcast. And thank y'all. I just want to say thank y'all. I loved it. It's been a great ride.
Hey, before we get into it, I personally want to I personally want to thank Maze myself. Me and my wife want to personally thank everybody. Thank Maze specifically for supporting us, playing my music, always showing love, always being an extended hand, being family. So we love you, bro. I know this ain't the end. Whatever you got going on afterwards, we always going to be up here. We're going to come up here, kick it with you. Whatever you got going on the podcast, we here. So whatever support you need, what's in it for the black people, it's still a journey. It's a marathon. It's just the first stop. So we're going to keep it going and, have a little fun and close out. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that last. Okay. All right, let's go.
For Ruthie Moore, for Todd Stroger, I am the host of the Maze Jackson Show,
terrorism,
asking
bro.
every single day. What?
Yeah, terrorism. Because we constantly got to, send a reminder out.
Today, the Biden administration is releasing what it calls a new strategy to fight domestic terrorism, following a 100-day review.
Everybody know this. We're going to get into
a new plan hoping to deter,
turn me up a little bit.
detect, and prosecute domestic terrorism.
They went to the Capitol waving their flags and looking for smoke. They was out there looking for justice. We was over there looking for votes. Ashley Babbitt was with him and told all the people that nothing can stop us. They climbed through that Capitol window, breaching security, and caught a shot, bruh. The media, they say a veteran. They paint the picture to make her look greater. But she respected the same country that she served, that makes her a traitor. They was fighting police, resisting arrest. On God, I couldn't believe it. I guess blue lives only tend to really matter when it's convenient. Hey, these are the times we've witnessed in history, all because they didn't get a victory. United States, so contradictory. We get equal rights, that's a mystery. Politicians, they more like magicians. You know they get tricks up their sleeve. We point out the flaws that's up in this country. You know they gonna tell us to leave. Somebody try to help me understand. It always seems like a double standard. They be out here leaving us empty-handed to certain rights we are not granted. The media is the culprit when it comes to the comparison. Cause when it comes to race, they always changing up the narrative. It's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I'll call it terrorism. And that's on the real. You know what we know. I say it's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I'll call it terrorism. And that's on the real. You know what we know. I say it's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I'll call it terrorism. And that's on the real. You know what we know. I say it's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I'll call it terrorism. Look, we still out here trying to get some reparation, but the government pump faking steady hesitating. I'm out here trying to keep my peace, so I keep meditating. The media make us look bad and keep our reputation. Look, it's so sad that COVID causing toe tags. You claim you so patriotic, but you ain't wearing no mask. You out here wilding with your MAGA flags and showing yo You wanna be part of some type of revolution so bad. Look, you talk revolution and constitutional rights, homie. I guess you forgot about back in the days when all of the business was whites only. Yeah, George Floyd got justice. Juneteenth got much respect. They made it a national holiday, but it's all good, but cut the check. They giving out all of these vaccines, putting it in you like caffeine. Was it all in the part of the plan? I bet money like DraftKings. It's land of the free, home of the brave. 1776, we wasn't free to 1865, so we wasn't part of that shit, and that there is terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero, I call it terrorism. Alright, this next song is new. Terrorism. It's called Southside. I'm a Southside about heart. I was raised on the Southside. So shouting out all the hoods. I'm kind of like, it's like a unification song for all the gangs and all the territories to bring everybody together. So it's a fun song. It's all the places where I grew up at, all the places where I came up, and all the places I had to survive. So even though Chicago violence is prevalent, it's still going on. It's kind of a truce record. Will a truce happen? We'll never know, but I wanted to do this to just put the signal out there. Let's go.
It's working. Nesta
Came up on her, was raised on her. It's all I know. I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. I'm from the go. Hey, I grew up on her. Came up on her, was raised on her. It's all I know, it's all I know. I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. Look, hey, look, Chicago, I came up. Inglewood, better fucking know. Raised ranch to them Great Stones, them Cape Cods and them bungalows. Peace out to the wild. All of my homies that's from the low. They say the shy is violent, but I'm right here in my comfort zone. A Great Stone on 63rd, grandmother in Pocket Town. It was into it with Sircon, shell cases and lots of rounds. Hyde Park was the stomping grounds. The Moles was up in the crank. The Mickey Cobras on 61st and in Dro City, they throw up the brakes. Hold up, wait. Speaking of Dro, peace to the folks. Shout out the pack, continue the rest. That was the homie that started the trill, put that on the map. Pick up the Louis, pick up the bump, the low and professional. Shout out to Herb and Dirk and Keith. All of my homies that's rapping the shot when they step on the curb. We do it for Duck, Lupe Fiasco. Shout out to Twist, the beat to the flick. Common and Shauna, let's get the money and stop all the violence. Stack up the chips, you know the squad, you know where I'm from. It's ill nature, that's what I be. This for the dude, this for my homies that's rapping the quad and JPT. I'm from out south. I came up on her, was raised on her. It's all I know. I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. I'm from the go, I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. It's all I know, I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. I'm from the go, look. The way that I walk, you know I can talk. The way that I talk, I know you can tell. This for the projects, the Ickies, all of the guards, Ida B. Wells, Foster Park, Jeffrey Moore, Caleb Marin, and Marvin Taylor. I could break my city down like weed up in Yo Gosh and Vega. Look, it's two different type of Chicagos. Nice parts like uptown, but out south it's cracking all through G-Ville and Ducktown. Most of the jacks is torn down and it really ain't that much now. But you can still feel the energy all through the land whenever you touch down. They look, shorties is toting the pipes, extend those with the beams. They trigger happy, man. They'll wet you like putting that mouse sauce on the wings. They off the pills, sipping the lean. Don't give a care when no type of dream is falling apart right at the seam. It just ain't gon' end, it's just for the scene. But this for Teartown, Tuckerville, Landrine, Motown, Old Block, Young Money. Hopefully it all slows down. And Gyro, 4-6, Smashville, Ragtown. This for all of the Chicago. Let's stop the violence and stare down. Let's work. I came up on her, was raised on her. It's all I know, I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. I'm from the go, I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. It's all I know, I grew up on her. I came up on her, was raised on her. I'm from the go, that's my time. Maze, we thank you once again. What?
You can still tell him Maze said Mayor Lightfoot.
Okay, let's go.
We ain't accepting.
Last show, let's go. He won't be doing up. Alright.
Yeah.
I'm changing the line on the album to a different line, so I'm gonna put it in this one. Look, let's get down to business and go ahead and address the facts. The building New Chicago ain't representing blacks. Rahm Emanuel's another case, he was just as tired. 50 closed schools left much to be desired. Police had Anjanette naked on their body cam. They suppressed the footage so he couldn't touch a lot of hands. Reminds me of that 16 shots in that cover up. Both of them similar, so I went and dug it up. George Floyd killed, a lot of riots happened in the town. Southside burned and they wouldn't let them bridges down. Grandmother sick, need a prescription and plus a couple groceries. You gon' have to travel just to get it now. COVID-19 out here shutting all the business down. Not enough SBA loans to even give around. So many failed businesses that you could put them in the pile. If you don't survive the pandemic, it's gon' sit you down. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad we got still trying to find out what's in it for us. Black folks, we sing, dance, play ball, entertaining. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad we got still trying to find out what's in it for us. Shout out to Willie Wilson, hope one day you get to sit it. We need some different players in the game to handle business. Shady characters like Madigan and Blago. But when you really break it down, it's typical Chicago. City full of gangsters, this is what the land was built on. Same streets with hood legends, DNA get spilled on. Carjackers out here lurking, trying to get they steel on. Looking for a block to put them Hellcat wheels on. Lenders get bogus appraisals and red line. Car crackers out here getting minimal fair time. And I'm concealed carry, I stay with the pipe. But Illinois gun laws giving minimal rights. Head up on the swivel, make sure I'm moving tight. Check all of my mirrors when I pull up to the light. Pick my homie up from out of town, man, he caught a flight. He was hella nervous, told him, shorty, this a way of life. Look, we sing, dance, play ball, entertain and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. Still trying to milk us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. Yeah.
Hey y'all, tomorrow night, right here at 8 o'clock, we are going to be celebrating the end of the show. We're going to be doing live music, live entertainment, so come on through. We will be here. We'll be a live band on this stage. You see the setup, so come on through. Doors open at 8 p.m. For our members. All of y'all are declared members today. All right? So, and just in case you didn't know, you are at Obsidian. Right here. This is the place we've been talking about. Thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I love all y'all. Thank you. It's been a great ride. It's been a great ride.
yoga.
Dance all night. Baby, bend over. Baby, bend over. Baby, bend over. Let me see you do that yoga. Baby, bend over. Baby, bend over. Baby, bend over. Let your booty do that yoga. Flex it. Flex it.
Let your booty do that.
Why money ain't free? Why can't you just give it to me? I don't wanna work for nobody. I'd rather keep doing me. Why money ain't free? Why can't you just give